Muy feliz lunes a todos ustedes. Espero estén teniendo un excelente día. Discúlpenme por mi voz. Es un desastre. Prefiero empezar mi lunes así con ustedes. Estaba viendo ahorita como a las 4 de la mañana un video de un tío que estaba empezando, ahora sí que su show, etcétera, y era lunes. Y empezó con una alegría tan grande que fue de no. Yo creo que eso no es bueno para la gente. Es lunes. Tenemos que todos sentirnos un poco igual, que es la madriza el fin de semana. Y si no, lo estoy haciendo por ustedes. ¿Ok? No es que yo quiera ponerme como me pongo. Bienvenidos al show, damas y caballeros, como siempre, un casino del tío Salo, pero antes vamos a hablar de la economía. Vamos a hablar de la economía no para meterle miedo a nadie, vamos a hablar de la economía para poder encontrar dónde va a haber oportunidades si es que se presentan, si es que estamos ante una oportunidad ahorita, etcétera. La pregunta del siglo es, ¿estamos entrando en una recesión? Y esa es una pregunta bastante sencilla de responder, pero al mismo tiempo es difícil, porque mientras que sí, la verdadera respuesta es, hemos estado por un rato, pero ¿cómo vamos a entender qué se está dando entonces o qué va a pasar? Y esto tiene que ver con también la bolsa, por qué se está cayendo Bitcoin, etcétera. Vamos a darle desde el absoluto principio. Ahorita hemos visto que la bolsa ha corregido, el SP 500 corrigió hasta 7%. Eso es una corrección, por cierto. Es una ya corrección decente del SP 500. Un 7% para abajo te pone ya en territorio de más para abajo, se ve muy mal la cosa. Y un 7% ya es donde la gente llega y dice, ¿sabes qué? Voy a tomar unas oportunidades por acá de aquellas buenas, ¿ok? Bitcoin ya corrigió 28% en su máximo ahorita con el mínimo del día de ayer. Y continúa, me parece que está 25-24% abajo, está en $82,000, o mínimo antes de que empezara el en vivo estaba ahí en $82,000. Y la gente se está preguntando por qué. ¿Por qué están bajando? ¿Por qué está bajando Meta? ¿Por qué está bajando Nvidia? ¿Por qué están bajando todas estas empresas? ¿Qué está pasando? ¿Esto es el principio de algo más grande o simplemente un dip para comprar? ¿No? Es donde hay mucha incertidumbre. La gente cree que esto tiene algo que ver con, por alguna razón, con los intereses, que tiene algo que ver con la inflación. Mucha gente, y lo hemos platicado acá, habla de que vamos a tener más inflación para adelante. En verdad ya no hay tanto camino para empujar esa inflación. Lo que estamos viendo es básicamente lo contrario que vimos. ¿Se acuerdan cuando en octubre del 2023, fue octubre o noviembre? Fue octubre, tarde en octubre, estaba en Qatar y les dije a todos ustedes cuando empezó el conflicto de, pues ahí está, fue en octubre 7, cuando empezó el conflicto de Israel con Hamas, les dije, todo va a subir, todo va a subir en este momento porque van a aventar una cantidad de dinero ridícula en el mercado y eso va a ayudar a todos, va a ayudar a que los bonos bajen, etcétera. Y fue justo lo que pasó. El mercado desde ese entonces ha empezado, podemos decir que un poco antes, pero desde ese entonces ha empujado al alza. Durísimo. Y estas cosas son un poco más sencillas de lo que todo el mundo lo hace ver. En ese entonces les dije, esto va a explotar porque simplemente hay más dinero que crean. Y siempre ha sido difícil para todo el mundo entender esto. ¿Por qué cuando imprimimos $200,000 millones para una guerra, por qué sube la bolsa? ¿Por qué suben todas estas cosas? Es, es algo que le cuesta mucho a la gente entender, pero si entiendes que están robándose una gran cantidad del dinero que están imprimiendo, o sea, no estamos hablando de que se están destinando de los $200,000 millones, $199,000 millones a la guerra y 1,000 quedan para la gente que los disfrute. No, estamos hablando de que una gran parte de esa cantidad de dinero es sacada del sistema por esta gente y pues regresa naturalmente a la bolsa, la usan para cosas en otros presupuestos negros que nadie puede ver, etcétera. Así de sencillo. Cada vez que he dicho esto de que están imprimiendo más dinero, la bolsa va a continuar subiendo, lo ha hecho. Y ahora que hhemos estado viendo todo esto, estamos haciendo lo contrario a esas fechas. Si solamente ponen atención a cuánto el organismo que creó Elon Musk, que se llama Doge en Estados Unidos, está cortando. Piensen en esto. Todo el mundo está esperando a que corten medio trillón, $1 trillón para que todo esté muy bien y la chingada, ¿no? Para que mínimo sea significante lo que están cortando. ¿Están de acuerdo? Porque todo el mundo dice, güey, 175,000 millones, que me parece que es donde van más o menos. 175,000 millones de dólares no es nada. Ahora, déjenme pongo esto enfrente de todos ustedes. Si 200,000, bueno, eran menos de 200,000 millones cuando empezó lo de octubre 7 y también que le dimos dinero a Ucrania, fueron menos de 200,000 millones. Si ahorita estamos literalmente cortando eso de que entre al sistema, ¿no debería de ocurrir exactamente lo contrario a lo que vimos en octubre 7 en el mercado? Yo pensaría que sí. Hay mucha gente que no tiene idea, pero yo pensaría que sí. No nada más eso, cuando cortas gasto, y esta es una de las cosas, mucha gente cree que la única forma de bajar la inflación, esto es parte de todo lo que nos han enseñado últimamente, que ahora entiendo por qué a todo el mundo por qué todo el mundo lo ve como lo ve. Lo entiendo, es lo que nos han enseñado a todos y lo que nos dicen a todos, pero esto no es cierto, ¿ok? Y nos dicen a todos en estos momentos, ok, si todo lo que estamos viendo con gasto de gobierno excesivo, etcétera, es cortado, entramos en este paradigma donde les estoy diciendo que estamos recortando esa creación de dinero. Todo el mundo cree que la inflación va a continuar. Lo que causa inflación es la creación de este dinero. El exceso de dinero es lo que causa la inflación. Los intereses, bajar intereses puede causar inflación, sí. Correcto. Y lo hace y lo ha hecho a través del tiempo de forma ordenada. Y ahorita vamos a entrar en algo que les va a volar la cabeza. Estamos hablando primero de principios y ahorita vamos a entrar en algo que... Y ustedes al final toman la decisión, ¿ok? Entonces, les estoy diciendo esto porque a fin de cuentas creo que pone una fotografía bastante clara enfrente de nosotros y vamos a poder saber qué hacer si es que se está dando el escenario, ¿no? Ok, lo que nos enseñaron últimamente fue que cada que bajamos intereses creamos inflación. No es cierto. Eso es parte de la narrativa de lo que nos han hecho. Claro que bajar tipos crea inflación a través del tiempo. Por ejemplo, si tienes tipos muy bajos y puede cualquiera comprar casas, el sector de casas se va a beneficiar y es una forma de inflar los precios y esa industria. No necesitamos ser un genio para ello, ¿no? Si bajan tipos, por ejemplo, en las tarjetas de crédito, todo el mundo se beneficia. No, los bajan súper. En la tarjeta de crédito, el putazo viene de las empresas de la tarjeta de crédito, no el veintitantos% anual que le cobran a la gente. No tengo ni puta idea de ni cuánto sea. Pero, güey, si te suben ya 2, 3, 4, 5% la Reserva Federal, te da igual. Estás pagando veintitantos%, 30% en tu tarjeta de crédito. ¿Qué crees que va a pasar, no? Es lo mismo. Entonces, los tipos bajos ayudan a crear inflación cuando hay mucho dinero, porque ayudan a que haya una oportunidad de endeudarse, de pedir dinero de forma barata, sí, pero no es el principal propulsor de esta inflación, para nada. La creación de dinero eso es todo. Cuando creas 7 trillones de dólares de la nada, ¡pum! Toma, aparecen de la nada. Eso crea inflación, porque la inflación no es que los precios suban, la inflación es que el dinero valga menos, porque hay más dinero existiendo, si hay más dinero, si hay más de algo, vale menos. Punto. Entonces, si estamos viendo del otro lado, estamos cortando gastos, si estamos dejando de darle dinero, y tienen que entender, el sistema está cambiando aquí en Estados Unidos y es diferente, no pensando en lo que les está diciendo Elon Musk y lo que les está diciendo y Donald Trump. Esto está cambiando, el paradigma de Estados Unidos está cambiando. Estados Unidos quiere recuperar, ahora sí que destruimos todo para volverlo a construir más fuerte. En todos los ámbitos, en absolutamente todos los ámbitos. Y es lo que estamos buscando hacer en este momento con nuestra moneda. En este momento, por ejemplo, dejamos de gastar, de dar dinero. Europa no está a punto de imprimir 800,000 millones de euros para la guerra, para defenderse. Quiero que les quede claro. Europa está creando esa cantidad de dinero para robarle a todos los ciudadanos europeos. Punto. Claro, en el nombre de la defensa, un brindis al sol, pero en el nombre de la defensa, en los Estados europeos fue de, güey, nos llevábamos miles de millones de dólares cuando Estados Unidos nos sobornaba a todos para hacer lo que quisiéramos y destruir nuestro continente. ¿Qué vamos a hacer ahora? Ya sé, hay que hacer lo que hace Estados Unidos y nosotros imprimir nuestro dinero y que se vayan al culo. Pero esto va a tener un efecto en el euro absolutamente brutal. Brutal a la baja. Brutal, 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 brutal. Todavía no pasa. Así que todavía no está reflejado en el mercado. Pero en el momento que este plan en Europa quede aprobado y por esos 800,000 euros, 800,000 millones de euros, el euro se va a desplomar como las Twin Towers, cabrón, en el 9/11. Una verdadera locura. Ahora, en todos lados del mundo están bajando tipos, pero los tipos reales están subiendo. Lo estamos viendo en el bono alemán, lo estamos viendo en los bonos del Reino Unido, en todos lados. Ven, en Europa están con lo mismo. Bajadas de tipos, ¿no? Ahí está Christine Lagarde pareciendo un avestruz, bajando tipos. Y en Estados Unidos, cuando la Reserva Federal hizo lo mismo al principio, que bajaron en esas 3 sesiones, las últimas del año pasado, que bajaron tipos, los tipos reales subieron. Pero ahora estamos viendo los tipos reales bajar agresivamente en Estados Unidos, agresivamente. ¿Por qué? Si no hemos bajado tipos. ¿Alguien sabe? ¿Alguien sabe por qué? Porque todo el mundo está yéndose al dólar, todo el mundo se está resguardando en el dólar y todo el mundo va a invertir en Estados Unidos. Eventualmente esto va a ser un dólar fortísimo. Ese dólar va a cambiar absolutamente todas las dinámicas de todo, 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 todo. Ahora, para contestar la pregunta del video, ¿vamos a entrar en una recesión? Personalmente creo que hemos estado en una recesión, sobre todo cuando consideras que el Producto Interno Bruto está ahí o más abajo de la inflación real. Hemos estado en una estanflación por años, lo hemos estado viviendo y la economía ha estado sufriendo todo este tiempo en escalón para abajo. Y aquí es donde estamos entrando en lo que yo también les había dicho. Más allá de los cortes, más allá de todas las cosas que les estoy diciendo ahorita, que habíamos platicado antes, más allá del estilo Milei, de lo que está pasando con Argentina, más allá de los recortes de Elon, más allá de todo lo que nos están diciendo, las cosas más importantes que se están dando es todo lo que yo veo. Y es lo que todo el mundo debería de ver, pero por alguna razón decidimos ignorarlo y seguir lo que nos dice la televisión, que es, muy interesante lo que nos dice la televisión. Pero eso es, la economía está de huevos, todo está perfecto. Ninguna de las cosas que están diciendo todos estos güeyes es verdad. ¿Se acuerdan al principio en Emprendedores cuando dije, güey, están pagando para que los inmigrantes vuelen a todos lados? Hasta el pinche Ro me volteé a ver así como ¿de qué mierda se está hablando este güey? Pero ahora todos lo sabemos y lo tomamos como, claro, era muy obvio. No, 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 no. También cuando les dije, están pagándole a todos los hoteles, están pagando, no, ¿cómo? Y ahora, no, güey, era muy obvio, ¿ok? ¿Por qué digo esto? Porque a través de todas estas mentiras que han contado, han hecho que la economía se vea mucho mejor. Mucho, mucho mejor, dando gasto inmediato a la gente. Y el problema de esto está en nuestra jeta. Y hay una parte en todo esto que lo va a poner enfrente de todos ustedes. En Wall Street Journal salió un artículo donde hablan de cuánta gente sacó un FHS loan. Eso es your first home. Eso es, compraste tu primera casa. California está dispuesto a darte y todos los estados en realidad un préstamo donde solamente tienes que poner 3.5% de enganche. 3.5%. Eso quiere decir que te puedes comprar una casa y en todos lados varía, ¿no? Creo que el límite está en 1.2 millones de dólares para estas casas, pero estas casas, toda la gente que tiene mal crédito, un crédito de hasta 580, normalmente tienes un buen crédito para que te den un préstamo para una casa normal, es 750 para arriba. Entonces, 580 es como el límite, la base para arriba, ¿no? Eso quiere decir que gente con peor crédito va a poder. Gente que tenga una deuda de, me parece que es 43% en su patrimonio mensual, califica, que es completamente loco, pero bueno, vamos a decir que perfecto. Toda esta gente comprando estas casas, que es para incentivar a la gente que compre su primera casa, todas estas casas están garantizados los préstamos por el gobierno federal, ¿ok? ¿Y a qué me refiero? Que si la persona no puede pagar por su hipoteca en una de esas situaciones donde la casa te costó $1,000,000, pero pusiste 3.5%, que son $35,000 de enganche, que no es nada para una casa de $1,000,000, pones esos $35,000, instantáneamente estás ahogado. Tienes que pagar seguro, tienes que pagar tu hipoteca, tienes que pagar todas estas cosas. Eso es un problema. ¿Por qué es un problema? Porque en este momento estamos viendo que la administración Biden tenía 400,000 de estos préstamos en rojo. 400,000. Si estos 400,000 préstamos que han estado en rojo los ha estado cubriendo Biden para que no haya una mega caída en el precio de las casas, ahora estamos viendo que Donald Trump está sacando todas las cosas. Estamos viendo que sale el GDP real, el Producto Interno Bruto real. Estamos viendo que están saliendo cosas todos los días del gobierno pasado que, güey, esto era mentira. ¿Qué creen que va a pasar ahora que acaben y dejen de pagar esto? ¿Por qué? Porque lo que la gente no comprende es la forma en darle alivio a estas personas para que no la saquen de su casa. Hay dos solamente. Solamente hay de dos sopas. Una sopa, lo que hacen es, vamos a posponer tus pagos para la parte de atrás de tu préstamo y eso va a incrementar la cantidad de deuda que tienes. Bien. La otra, nosotros, el gobierno federal lo paga creando más dinero a través de inflación. ¿Qué pasa cuando dejan de hacer eso? Quiero que tengan una idea. Hay 900,000 casas a la venta en este momento en Estados Unidos. Si esas 400,000 caen al mercado instantáneamente, nos pone en niveles de un mercado normal y eso permitiría, junto con los intereses bajando, que todo el mundo suelte sus casas y venga una oleada. ¿Estamos en una recesión? Por supuesto que estamos en una recesión. ¿Se va a poner peor? Mucho peor. ¿Pero qué quiere decir esto? Esto quiere decir que va a haber una gran oportunidad en el dólar. ¿Por qué? El dólar en este momento tiene que bajar relativo a otras monedas. No sé qué tanto vaya a bajar. También no crean que va a ser una locura. Por ejemplo, en el peso estoy volteando a ver los 19.2, 19.4 para aventarme un long después en dólares. ¿Por qué? Porque Estados Unidos ahorita está admitiendo que se está yendo al pito. Por eso estás viendo al dólar caer. Estás viendo los tipos caer agresivamente. Eso no pasa. Y al mercado también. Y cuando eliminas liquidez, eso es el enemigo número uno de todas nuestras bolsas. Entonces va a haber una jugada fuerte con el dólar, que es la que Warren Buffett está jugando. Tienes un chingo de dólares, güey, esos dólares van a valer muchísimo dinero, lo hemos dicho varias veces. Pero esto se tiene que cocinar de aquí a fin de año. Ya no, todas las cosas que habían estado escondiendo las están sacando poco a poco. Están haciendo cosas diferentes. Esto no es lo que todo el mundo te ha contado todo el tiempo. Esto es ya bastante diferente. Así que ahí lo tienen. Vamos a ver cómo se ven todas las cosas. Vamos a darnos un ojo en Bitcoin. Vamos a darnos un ojo a ver las tablas, a ver cómo sigue Fargan también, que se jodió la espalda. My ninja, how you feeling?
Buenos dias, muchacho. Actually feeling like quite shit. And I'm hoping my webcam
Feel bad
quality
for
is
them.
decent
Yeah,
because
it's
I
good.
I completely forgot that these fucking MacBooks don't have USB ports, so I gotta use the built-in webcam.
Yeah, I'm going to turn you into a webcam girl by the end of this. Don't worry about it.
And
I'm going to get you the right instruments.
and you guys are gonna have to excuse me from doing it from the bed location right now because my back is absolutely in excruciating pain.
I'm sorry, dude. Nothing worse than having back pain. Like I said, I have a back pillow right here. I have back pillows everywhere because I'm so
And
fucked up. So
it's at like the worst possible place too, like at the real right bottom of the spine, right where it connects to your tailbone. Like that's the place you put all your pressure on when you're sitting down, when you're standing up, when you're walking.
and that could be your hips more
Mm.
than your back. Because my back, it bothers me on top. When my tailbone is the one that hurts, that's mostly my hips. And it feels like it's your back or your leg, but it's not. So if you don't have like a shooting pain going down through your ass, do you?
No.
Then it,
Into the like halfway into the ass area, but not really all the way.
okay. So yeah, you might have sciatica and also a little bit of your hips. So yeah, just also don't discard your hips. It might also be your
Mhm.
hips.
How the fuck did this happen from coughing?
Hey, I am so old, you don't understand, dude. If I just like turn around the wrong, like faster than I think, I get injured. So this is such a boomer conversation.
I had a flight scheduled back to Houston yesterday. Absolutely no chance in the planet I could have made that.
No, 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 no. You're gonna stay put until you feel better, because otherwise that's gonna make it way worse. Way worse.
Okay. Let me
Let's
make
look at
sure I'm
Bitcoin.
signing in on TradingView.
Let's look at this Bitcoin. Let's see what's going on. Kind
Are
of
you
seems
having
like it's
fun with
doing
your
a.
Bitcoin?
Are you by the way, I don't think anyone's having fun with their Bitcoin. Everyone wants to kill each other on Twitter.
I am currently 1, 2, 3, 4. It signed me out of TradingView. This thing is a 4.
Let me see. Let me pull my charts too. It's a little Monday. We're a little slow. Just give us a little time, guys. Give us a little time to get warmed up. All right. There's mine. I'll share mine while you're setting yourself up. There it is. Little Bitcoin. Kind of seems like a bearish retest right here.
Yep. And a little pat myself on the back. Ended up closing my short perfectly at the exact bottom, and then shorted again at the lower high, which is currently the wick high.
Did you really?
Yep.
Holy shit. Oh, I just saw your message. Yeah, you did. Holy shit. Nice. Very nice.
Where are my indicators at?
Let me know when you get it. This is not looking very good, and volatility is now expanding, trying above 15%. I saw the S&P had a bad setup on the daily. Ooh. Also right here. Damn. Is everything cooked? Yup. Holy shit. It's everywhere. This Hamas setup is everywhere.
Market looks like it's over for a good amount of time. There we go.
Except this ain't no, at least the Dow Jones doesn't have that, but he does have like, this is a reverse M or a double top. Did you share? Oh, no.
Oh, it's making me give Google Chrome approval.
Give that approval. All right. That Rivian open lower, which means it's probably going to go to 12 and then get rejected and go down. Tesla minus 6%. Tesla can be that far from whatever bottom he's going to make. I'm hoping.
I feel like it'll either be here or somewhere around that 220 area. Why is my computer dying? It's plugged in.
I don't know. I think that area, the 183 would be too much hopium to think that it's going to get there, because I'm already seeing people on the Tesla thing trying to kill each other.
It's real bad. Real fucking bad.
Damn.
I gotta make sure my computer's plugged in.
Do it. It'll take you 30 minutes.
So fucking bad. It was sticking out.
Wait, I don't know why I'm putting just your screen. There you go. I wanted to remove. You okay?
Oh God, that hurts so fucking bad.
Oh yeah. It seems like a bearish retest. This really worked out well. And by the way, you guys see it, right? I told you that the Bitcoin was following the dollar. Look at the dollar, right? And then look at Bitcoin. That's I've never seen this.
Yeah, they're both dumping together.
Yep. There you go. All right, let me add your screen. Just give it, before presenting other screen, remove older media. Okay, 1 second. Do you have older media streams from stage?
No.
Man, this trading view is getting more fucked up. StreamYard. All righty. All ready for you, sir. Sorry.
Ready. Let us continue. Or start. And switch to the index. So this is what I kind of had the majority of my bias on for the past couple of days, where we were dumping and we were all short for it through the Academy short. Is once we got through this level and we closed below this 200 SMA, I was thinking this 200 SMA is going to be a very significant level, because every single time we've came to it, we always ended up closing above it and making a higher low. Why did my HPDR turn back up? And we haven't really touched this 200 SMA since our initial breakout in October of 2024, before that United States setup happened. So I was thinking, okay, so it is bearish as fuck that we lost a 200 SMA. But it usually doesn't just go straight down from these levels. You almost always get a bearish retest of your 200 SMA. Close my short, put another short of the 200 SMA. That's where it went to right now, went like maybe $8 higher, and it's rejecting that 200. As long as this 200 is a rejection, this is going to play out as the bearish retest. This is going to go significantly lower. And an easy target that you can get would be to look at your momentum and look at your volatility. So right now, momentum is flipping up, which also goes along with the idea of getting that bearish retest of that 200 SMA, while it's still within the bearish control zone. And volatility is now going down, which also tells you that this is very likely going to be a bearish retest. So what we have to see is wherever this candle closes, like in the next maybe, I would say 1 or 2 closures, and see where volatility is at. If volatility is anywhere below this blue line right here, this neutral zone, this 50% zone, very likely this next dump is going to take us for somewhere around the 88.3% to the 95%, and that would put you at somewhere between $74,000 to $68,100. Quite the heavy dump. And from that, if it does go to that $68,000 area, I am on the side that it is very likely going to get a low time frame mean reversion bounce from this point, because you are going to be tapping the 95% very extreme levels, and you're going to be at the 2021 market cycle high, which is going to be a lot of support there. So at the very least, you see some type of bounce here, maybe all the way back to 73K, which is likely a rejection, and that one probably takes you down into the very low 60s. That's where you probably see the bigger bounce, the bounce that takes you up to maybe even $78,000.
Wait,
and then on the,
so what about the all-time highs? What about the bull market that everyone promised me? I'm just buying the dip, no?
indeed, just buy the dip all the way down. Make sure to use leverage.
Oh, absolutely.
My entire bloodline watching me press the 500x leverage button with my net worth. If you look at the jewel on the daily, it's also once again starting to curve back over, starting to give you a sell
Oof.
signal, and it's very close to breaking back into the bearish control zone, making it just a deviation of getting out of the bearish control zone. And what usually happens whenever you get those deviations is you go to the extreme of that zone, which that'll bring us down to the bearish critical zone. And the last time that we went all down there on the daily was off of the dump in June of 2024. That was the Japan carry trade, right?
Yep.
And that was
No. Oh, was that September of 2024?
draw a
The
vertical
June
line.
2024 could have been the crypto conference with Trump.
Yeah, I don't think it was. No, it wasn't the what you call it. It wasn't the Japan, but it's still dumped from that signal about another 16%. Yeah, about 16%. So we would take 16% from here, which would be conservative because it's gonna break into the bearish control zone on this next opening, which the price will be lower. So we're being conservative by taking 16% from here. We're actually being generous to the bulls.
You're selling some hopium for George.
What do you know? That
No
takes us
way.
exactly to that 95% at $68,000.
Oh boy.
A lot
I
more
don't think people
confluence
are
in that
ready
area
for
now.
this. There's going to be blood on the streets.
It's gonna be. It seems like it's gonna be like 2021, where it just keeps going down without even giving you much of a bounce at all.
I
Like
was expecting a much bigger bounce now.
in 2021, you didn't really see a bounce until we hit 30K, and then you saw a bounce from 30K towards 48.
Oh yeah, you're totally right. And
So
that's when
my
people thought they bought the dip.
Yeah. So my thesis right now, my bias is that it's going to be the same way around, but our 30s is going to back then where we saw the bounce to 48 is going to be around like 63, 64K,
Damn.
which was our 2021 spring cycle high
Cycle high.
before we make the 69K. And another reason that makes sense why we're getting a bounce here is if you shift to the median, I mean the monthly, you will see on the monthly that you're sitting right at that 9 EMA, which the 9 EMA is going to give you is going to be significant support the first few times you tap it. But that what that also tells you though is that once you lose this area, you're going to get a severe capitulation, and that's probably going to take you down towards the 21 EMA. Where the 21 EMA sits at right now is about $65,800. And because it's so close to that 38.2%, which you have a mathematical probability of hitting, as long as you're rejecting this median, you have a 61.8% chance of hitting this 38.2%. That sits at $63,200. Very biased fitting. And now
This
you
is
see on
all
the,
fitting right in your bias.
it is indeed. At any point, you let me know if my webcam gets blurry from all the bias on it. On the
You're good
on the
so
mon-
far.
on the monthly, momentum has dropped below the moving average, and volatility is now starting to expand above the moving average. The last time we've had this setup was right around. Nope, volatility was contracting. Here, how much of a move down did we get? Magnet's not on. No wonder. about 21.7% to the downside. Let's say 21.7% to the downside from where this flipped down, right over there. Very interesting. That lines up with our exact bottom right now. And then if we would take the jewel on that as well, on that time around, the jewel had a bicycle. Didn't have a flip. Right now, we've lost the bicycle. See if we can find one comparable there. Uh-oh, that's not nice.
No.
This is literally when the bear market started.
There is no way.
71.4% to the downside. We got that jewel signal. We got the momentum signal. We got the volatility signal. Here, when we had the small little dump, there was a jewel buy signal. And now we don't have that buy signal anymore. The buy signal has been lost.
Damn.
That's not nice. Switch to quarterly. Quarterly right now is also giving us the same setup with momentum dropping below the moving average, volatility expanding. Oh God, that is not beautiful at all. That's not pretty. And that was last time we had that set up right over here in January of 2022, when price was at about $48,000. We went from there in the literally the next candle, we went to $17,000. At absolute minimum, that would give us minimum move down to the 9 EMA before we get any type of real bounce. Maybe we get a bounce at the 5. 5 is not going to be a nice bounce at all. That's at that $72,000 area. The bigger bounce is likely to come from the 9, which sits close to the 38.2. That's at around like $61,500. 38.2 is at $57,650. Both of those are. I can only imagine the sentiment of the market when Bitcoin breaks below $70,000. Like if it's bad now, imagine what's going to be then.
I think just breaking 81 more time will just get everyone to go mental. I think at 60, people already quit.
There's like the type of environment that goes along with crypto Twitter, where usually whenever the market is going up and people have disagreements, they like to share on each other by proving who is like richer than the other person. They all call each other poor, and they're like posting their wallets and like I just made your entire bloodline salary. Now they stop doing that. Now when they disagree with people, they attack their physical appearance. That's how you know when the market's bad. Like you could land a Boeing 747 on that forehead.
That's incredible. That's so true.
And now on the 2-week, momentum is now breaking into the bearish control zone. Volatility is expanding from about like 15%. We have a God mode sell signal. Like, what more do you need? We are now losing the 21 EMA on the 2-week, which is at about $100 higher than we are. If you close below the 21 EMA, at a minimum, you're getting a move down to that 55 over time. That 55 sits at $62,000. Very biased feeling. And
what a great short you're in, by the way. I'm so jealous.
And it failed while I was in absolute excruciating pain too. Didn't have the time to look at it at that point, and I was like, thank fucking God I said that order.
Yeah, that's great. A little pain relief.
So right now, if we once we do get to that 55, I expect to bounce here, and that bounce would take us up to somewhere around like maybe this high right here. This would be the minimum target I'm looking at, somewhere around $73,000. That's more than $10,000 bounce. And if it's really bullish in the bearish situation, I could see somewhere around 78,000 right here with this quick low. But I don't see anywhere higher than that. And eventually I see it coming down to the 100, which is around $49,000. I apologize for giving only hopium to the bears. The last time we were this low on momentum, by the way, was only time we've ever been this low last time. Was in November of 2022, right before we made our cycle bottom before FTX collapsed. But what else I could just though is that there's also a double-edged sword to that, where it gives some hopium to the bulls that we're hitting that low level on momentum.
Exactly.
Because we're going lower on momentum than we did all of these points, making a higher low on price action, giving you a possible hidden bullish divergence. But that is the most hopium of most hopium situations possible, Where right now, to confirm this hidden bullish divergence, you'd have to close a 2-week candle above $99,520. So basically, you would have to reclaim $100,000 on a 2-week closure, not just a tap of $100,000. You need to close above it on a 2-week. It's kind of unlikely. And you know what else that would line up with? You reclaiming this bottom 38.2%. That would send you up to significantly new all-time highs because even the median is at $129,000 right now. So it's a very big if to get over that $100,000 level. Weekly is also within the bearish control zone on momentum with the volatility expanding. The jewels giving you quite the sell signal right here on the weekly. Start with the vertical line, same type of sell signal. Yellow dropping below right there. Oh, thankfully it's trading view stopped doing that shit where it would make me click escape or keep showing me the lines.
Oh,
This one's not going to be as strong as the one we have now. This one should be close.
well, that's 2017, so you know what that is. Oh, fuck, Solana's
Yeah,
down.
it goes so far down. All right. This one was 56% down. This one was a little bit more.
That would put us at 60, by the way, from the top.
And that lines up with that bounce.
Mm-hmm.
This one was 58.9%. Got a little bit of a bounce. You were still up 18%. Then it dropped 66%. A little bit of a bounce. You were still up 42.5%. And then it dropped eventually 80%.
Well, that would put us at 20.
I feel like the days of 80% drawdowns are kind of over for Bitcoin now, though, because the market environment has changed a lot.
Now, I'm not a anything, but also on this one, I'm willing to throw out any history on Bitcoin because what we're walking towards, economically speaking and financially speaking, is something that Bitcoin has never seen. So I'm going to reserve the right to just keep an eye out day by day.
Here's another drop of 80%. So right now we have two patterns that are approaching or that we're seeing. Is one is a drop of around 50%, and the next one is a drop of around 80%. So we have two instances of that now. If we get a third, 3 makes a trend.
Well, that's a good one.
So initially it dumped about 40%, 41%, got a little bit of a bounce. You were still up, and then it dumped 64.5%. Pumped a little bit, and then it dumped 49.9, 50%. So now that makes a trend 3 for 50. There, 62%. Initially, the first dump was 45%, very close to 50. Got a little bit of a bounce, not that much. Then it went down to 62%, and then it eventually went even lower. Eventually went to 66.6%. The devil's dick number, 666. This is the smallest one we've seen at 29.8%. And as of the current one, we have only seen a 16% move to the downside. If we take the smallest one, 29%, brings us to almost exactly this 100 EMA at about $66,000.
So that's the smallest.
Yeah, and now if we take the one that we have a trend for, which is 50%.
To
Brings
the
you to
SMA
about
200.
right to the 200 at about $46,000. Just everything is just beautifully fitting my bias today. Is it fitting my bias, or am I gaming the analysis to fit my bias? That's for you to decide.
Don't get fucking philosophical right now with me. It's 6 in the morning over here.
On the oh god, that hurts. Coughing hurts real bad.
Oh, yeah.
On the 5-day, we are also in the bearish control zone with momentum. Volatility is expanding, and we have the same sell signal on the jewel that we do on the weekly. That's not a good signal if you're leaning bullish. And we're about to lose the 55 EMA, which will bring us down at a minimum towards the 100, which we likely get a bounce at that $70,000 area, right around the 88.3%. Not going to be a very powerful bounce though, and from there you're probably going to eventually, over a long enough period of time, dump towards that 200, which is currently at 45,600. 2-day is now getting momentum, trying to flip back up, still within the bearish control zone. Volatility is contracting, telling you this is likely going to be a bearish retest. And then, if you would also notice, we have a fresh silver cross to the downside on the 2-day. Just happened on this last closure. So while we have momentum flipped up, if we do see a bounce from here, which we have gotten a bounce all the way up to the 5 EMA, and it's given us a pretty nasty rejection. If we do get any higher than there, I wouldn't expect it to go higher than the 9. 9 EMA lines right up at this right now with this 100 and this 38.2%, making this a very, very significant zone. And that would be a maximum of somewhere around 80, what's that? $86,500. And even if we were to hit that area, I would just look at this as a prime opportunity zone for another short. But as of right now, since we are rejecting this 5, as long as we're rejecting the 5, we don't really have much hope of even going to the 9. This what could happen though is if this dumps very aggressively from here, it could pull the 9 down into hitting where this big low is, and then forcing the touch from the 9 EMA. Like what it does a lot of times whenever we have a powerful silver cross at the upside, and you can't really get a retest of the 9 EMA, and then price pumps massively from there, the 9 EMA is dragged up to where you get a touch of it. So that is what could happen if it just dumps immediately to the 200. The 9 EMA would be dragged down. 200 is sitting around $73,000, and it's very, very high probability you see it bounce somewhere around that $73,000 to $78,000 area because of how high. I'm sorry.
No, I was going to say, yeah, there seems to be a lot of things right there that I would make me think that there's going to be a bounce there for sure.
Yeah, it's going to be another one of those things that tricks all the people to flipping back long before they get raped again.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see the last time we had a silver cross to the downside on the 2-day. Right over here in August of 2024. Cross happened right there. We dumped another 18.9% after the cross happened. The other time we had a silver cross to the downside, August of 2023. Cross happened there, so then we dumped from the not much, 9%. Very interesting. So let's take 18%. Cross happened right there. 9% of the minimum move brings us to that 200 at about $73,000. 19% brings us to about $65,000. Both are very bias fitting. So I do expect that bounce around this area and then eventually for it to fall over towards that $63,000 to $65,000 area. On the daily as well, we have that momentum starting to flip up. Where I had mentioned before, we had lost that 200. Then I was looking for a bearish retest of the 200, which we ended up getting. And the 4-hour, we're getting a fresh breakdown with momentum flipping back down, losing the moving average within the bearish control zone. You're getting volatility once again flipping up. The hopium was that you had the jewel giving you a buy signal within the bearish control zone. Kind of looks like this is going to be invalidated now because you see we're getting a pretty nasty breakdown from the 9 EMA, and we got very close to putting in a bearish engulfing, but not quite because we didn't trade above this candlestick high. Which you're going to see a lot of people on Twitter calling this a bearish engulfing. Absolutely, it's not. Words mean things, and the word engulfing means something. It has to engulf the previous candle. So it didn't engulf it because it didn't go above it. What you would want to see if you're extremely bearish immediately and not looking for a bounce is if you lose this wick low at $80,069. Very nice number. If we lose that on a 4-hour close, it's very likely going to dump immediately instead of getting a bounce, and it's going to probably dump to somewhere around $73,000. If we don't lose this wick low on a closing basis, that's going to keep the whole theme alive for a bounce from here because we are tapping pretty extreme areas on the HPDR. We're sitting at the 88.3%. So this is a probabilistic area for a bounce because you only have 11.7% chance of continuation. The only invalidation for that is losing this area, and then you probably capitulate immediately. So as long as, but I'm also not saying that in the next 1 hour and 44 minutes, if you close above it, you're guaranteed to bounce. You want to see where the HPDR levels go. This next 1 hour and 43 minutes, and this is still the 88.3%, and you close above this area, then you're likely to bounce. And that bounce probably takes you somewhere around maybe 78.6%, which is around like $82,000. Maybe if it's really bullish, maybe I could see it going up to somewhere around like
You
83,
break down below 80.
but it's probably not going to happen. And now you've lost $80,000 and you've lost this big low. So there goes the bullish hopium unless it bounces in the next hour and 43 minutes.
Dude, Moon Carl can't be wrong. He said to buy the dips.
When was the oh yeah, he definitely did forget about the time shift. When was the new moon again? I forgot.
I don't know, but
Bearish moon.
it's not on now. Saw it this morning.
Saturday, March 29th. So I'm guessing it just happened because that would be a good month from now. We're basically at the end of this month. So no wonder we're dumping. We just had a bear moon. You can't trade against those moons.
Nope. I've learned my lesson.
You know, you can actually automate the moons. You can automate a long and a short setup based off of the moons, and it has a almost 70% hit rate.
Yeah. Well, you and Alex taught me that, which is fucking retarded, but incredible.
This is going to be one of the most sombering details ever if you're bullish for the long term on Bitcoin, and not like short term, medium term. I mean, long term as in like the next year and a half. Is that you have constant highs on your price action, higher highs, higher highs, higher highs. You have lower highs on the price on the RSI, giving you a possible 3 drives of bearish divergence, which will be confirmed on this close below 58,890. On this next one, though, it's going to be below whatever this quick lows of this candle is, which as of right now is 78,300. And if we continue to dump, that's going to be the number to confirm it. And once that confirms, at a minimum, you're getting a move down to this mid zone, which right now the mid zone says $43,800. Very, very, very biased fitting. Monthly is already confirmed the bearish divergence, which we have been looking for the last couple of weeks/months to confirm. It had always been a possibility until we confirmed the local top. Now we have confirmed bearish divergence. If you were to see the last time we had bearish divergence on the monthly, it was right over here in October/November of 2021, which marked our cycle top, and then we went to $15,000 from there. One of the things to point out, though, this is some bullish hopium, but it's not bullish hopium that's going to play out anytime soon. It's bullish hopium that's going to play out in the next probably 1.5 to 2 years, maybe 3 years. And that is this very nice, massive inverse head and shoulders on the RSI. But you know what to kill a little bit of your hopium is that this inverse head and shoulders can come all the way down to this middle zone of the RSI and still be valid. And that middle zone right now is at $42,562. So it could dump all of it.
I was going to say, it can actually dump way more than that.
Oh, yeah. It can dump all the way to $38,000,
yeah.
$37,000, just close above $42,500 on the monthly close. So it theoretically, it can go to $25,000 and close above 42 and it'll still be set. And that would give you a move right now to the critical zone on confirmation. And the critical zone right now is sitting at $168,000. Pretty high number. But that's also a long time before that setup plays out. And as of right now, to confirm this inverse head and shoulders to the upside, you would have to close above So $121,722. A little difficult to get there. Almost pretty close to twice over the prices right now. 2 week has 3 drives of confirmed bearish divergence. And it's going to be active as long as you're closing below $100,000, $99,520. And the continuation of the divergence is going to be any tick below 78,300. That's very likely going to bring you down to somewhere around that $72,000 zone. And then eventually this 55, which is about 63,000. And this is where you're likely going to get your bigger bounce at. Weekly has that possible hidden bullish divergence, just like the HPDR momentum. Has it on the RSI, we're dropping below all of these lows while making a higher low on price. Only going to be confirmed if we get a close above 99,520. And now the weekly is getting a volatility setup where we had many periods of 0% volatility. We're starting to expand, getting over the moving average, getting over 15%, and we're expanding with the dump.
And by the way, it did it right when we started the stream. Like
Really?
it got above the 15% right above we started the stream. Yeah.
Yep. So we did it off of this candle. See how much of a percent down it was. 14%. So if we were to take the average move of about 35%, brings us to about $61,100 and that 100 EMA. Very interesting. 5-day also has confirmed bearish divergence as long as you're below. 5-day is going to be a little bit easier. 95,150 to invalidate it. And if you were to invalidate this bearish divergence, it would also confirm hidden bullish divergence because you're coming below all of these lows, so making a higher low. But a little bit, very big if to confirm that. And the continuation of the bearish divergence, which we have confirmed, is going to be a tick below 78,300, which will then bring you down to this 100 at about $71,000. And by now on the 5-day, you're getting that volatility setup as well, with momentum getting from many periods of 0% above the 15%, right over here, I believe. Thursday 20th, what price was that? Right here. How much have we dumped from there? Only 14%. The average move is about 25 to 30%. 25% brings us to about $69,000.
69. Nice.
Very nice. And 30% brings us to $63,700. Extremely biased for you. Come on, sometime today. 2-day has now confirmed a fresh drive of hidden bearish divergence off of the lower high, which tapped the 21 EMA. And it's going to be active as long as we're closing below. This one's a little easier to invalidate. 92,836. And the continuation of divergence is going to be a single any tick below net $78,300. And that would bring us down towards the bearish critical zone, which right now sits at about $69,000. Very nice number.
Very nice.
Daily is now getting its double extreme on the volatility, where we hit our first extreme on this dump to the downside. We got a little bit of a bounce, which got volatility contracting a little bit. Now we're getting a double extreme, volatility sitting at 82%. We can go up to the 90s, so this dumping can easily continue. While we have the jewel flipping over. We're going to get more into this volatility setup once we get to the momentum chart.
What a fucking dump all across all markets. My God.
Jeez. And 4 hours now giving us volatility expansion with this dump as well. Let's shift to the momentum chart, and then we can apply the momentum pivots. Ding.
Kapling.
No matter how many of these spam callers I block, I still get calls several times a day, every single day.
I actually put on my phone to not give me any calls unless they're saved in my phone. Which, by the
How do
way,
you do that?
there's in settings on phone settings. I can't remember exactly what menu. It took me a while to figure it out. You can set you can set it so that only people that are on your phone book can call you, and everything else goes straight to voicemail. So I get a lot of missed calls, but
I don't
it's
even
pretty
answer.
good.
Like I don't answer any phone calls unless I know who's calling me.
Me either. So why not just have this setting on? It's the best.
That's genius.
Yeah.
On
Whoever
the
told
monthly,
me, shout out.
yeah. Shout out to them. Oh God. Oh,
Oh boy.
that hurt real bad. On the monthly, we're also getting a possible volatility set up with the volatility dropping below 15%. And what's probabilistic right now is that this plays out to the downside because monthly has flipped down and we're going to be down as long as we're below $102,000. Not only that, but when monthly flipped down, we confirmed stochastic bearish divergence, just like we did on the RSI. And we have possible bearish divergence on the quarterly as well, just like the RSI. So probabilistically, this volatility setup is going to play to the downside. Last time we had a volatility setup, it was the United States setup of 2023. But what gave you bias that was to the upside is that monthly momentum was up at that point, and we didn't have any bearish divergence. The only other time we can compare the volatility setup would be right over here, whenever we came down below 15%, started expanding on a dump, and that was when we had volatility, momentum to the downside. It's the only comparable time. And we also had bearish divergence on the stochastic as well because we made a high right here on price, higher high on price, lower high on the momentum, giving you basically the same exact setup that you have now: bearish divergence, momentum to the downside, and a volatility setup. And we dumped pretty much somewhere close to this 21 before we got a bounce. 21 right now is at about $66,000. So if you were to front run a little bit, that would be around like $68,000, $69,000, just around that 2021 cycle high. Then eventually you dump straight to the 55. 55 right now is at about $48,000, $46,000. We did go below it, but we went below it during what you can consider black swan events with Luna and FTX. I don't know if you could consider those black swan events or not, but a lot of people do. And if we don't really have any companies that are going bankrupt that are kind of considered the backbone of crypto, then probably not going to break too much below this 55. Here I say that, and then maybe Binance goes bankrupt. All of a sudden, CZ tweets saying I'm temporarily halting withdrawals. On the 2
I
week, we're
wonder,
getting
you know that something's going to happen, right? Like, we had the first one, like, and no one took note, but we had the first one already, which was the hack to Bybit. $1.5 billion disappeared, and everyone was like, nothing's going to happen. We talked about it here. It takes a few days for that to hit, and then it hit and it went down. That's the first one. Let's see what the trend is on this one, because I don't think it's going to be stablecoins. Stablecoins are now backed by dollars. I think it's going to be interesting to see.
maybe that dude GCR will be right where he said the next bear market bottom is going to be caused by smaller countries capitulating by being over leveraged.
By the way, when we're looking for El Salvador to buy 5 Bitcoin and put it on the news, you know, times are bad.
There's regular people buying 5 Bitcoins.
I know. But that's making the news cycle, though. So there you go.
Anything to pump my corns.
Exactly.
On the 2 week, we are flipping down. We're below. We're going to be flipped down as long as we're below $99,250, and we have many tribes with bearish divergence on the stochastic confirmed as well as the RSI. On the weekly, yeah, I saw that you texted. On the weekly, we're getting volatility, that volatility set up with many periods of 0% and below the 15%. Now we're expanding, and we're going to be flipped down on the momentum as long as we're below $100,300. So that volatility setup is not active, and it's applying to the downside, and we have a derp of death. This is looking very bad. Last time we had this volatility set up to the downside was not in this entire bull market. Only similar setup was like right over here, which immediately flipped back down. Not nearly as strong as what we have now, which is just vertical to the downside. Fuck, why do I keep moving my meme lines? Let's see. Come on, you gotta have one. Nope. Is it this one? Yep, this is the last one. This was April of 2022. Volatility expanded from there. We immediately dumped. 54%, and then eventually about 59%. Volatility expanded from here. And just about $42,000 to $43,000. Very interesting. 5-day with that volatility setup as well, getting above the 15%. Now we're all the way at 40%, 48%, and momentum is going to be down as long as we're below $90,600. 2-day with that silver cross and the volatility setup. Volatility is now at 79%, and we're going to be flipped down as long as we're below $83,700. Come on. Daily with a double extreme on the volatility, and we're point flipping once again back down, and we're rejecting getting out of the bearish control zone, and we're going to be flipped down as long as we're below $87,250. I believe this pivot did change. Let me see where the bar replays option is at. I hate using trading view on a computer. It's so much easier on a phone. Here it is. Come on. What? What? Let's refresh. So, since you live in California, aren't you worried about your Cybertruck getting vandalized?
It's kind of weird because most of those people are kind of fags. So it's like you're gonna vandalize my truck. I'll fuck you up. I'm Mexican, but this is really weird to me. I don't understand how these people are attacking like other people. They're not like the strong ones. It's very odd.
Yeah, apparently it's if you buy a car associated with a Nazi, that also makes you a Nazi.
Yeah, and also they don't have guns. Like they're the ones that are
Absolutely not.
anti-guns. Like what is this?
Please
Whatever's
try this
going
in
on is
Texas and see what happens.
yeah, this is peak madness. No, I don't care.
It's not working on the trading view mobile app, so I mean the desk computer thing. So let me give what the previous pivot was for you on my phone,
Okay,
because this is kind of important to see what the pivot was and what it switched to.
sounds good. I'm gonna throw you in, Alex, so you might appear and disappear.
All right, so the pivot was previously around $85,000. So now it's at $87,470. So it went up by about $2,000, which is quite bearish.
Great.
And now the 4-hour, we're getting volatility expansion with the momentum once again starting to flip down. And on this next 4-hour close in 1.5 hour, we will flip down if we can close below $79,750. So on all of the higher time frames, they're now starting to align together. Also the bear side, it is kind of looking like we're going to break down towards somewhere around $73,000, and I would look for that as soon as we go below our current wick low of 78,300. Would expect some type of a bounce around 73s, possibly around like 69,000 if we're really bearish. But if the scenario I have right now is first a bounce at 73s, 72s, a little bit of a bounce. That bounce eventually fails, goes down to around 69 to 67, a little bit of a bounce there. Then eventually I would expect capitulation to around $62,000, $63,000, maybe 61. And then I would expect a bigger bounce from there, like we did in January of 2022, when we bounced from 30,000 to around 48,000. And then I would expect that to ultimately fail after a few, like maybe a month or two, and then eventually to break down to somewhere around low 40s, like $42,000 to $45,000. And what goes along with that is that on the quarterly, we're forming bearish divergence. On the monthly, we have confirmed bearish divergence, which is going to be active as long as we're below $100,000. And that would every single time we've had bearish divergence like that before, it's took us to the there's been the end of the bull market, and it's taken us to the bearish control zone. And if you were to get targets based off that on the RSI, that would take you to somewhere around $72,800. And then you're getting a possible monthly volatility setup, volatility dropping below 15%. and momentum is to the downside, and you have stochastic bearish divergence. You have it on the 2-week, you have that confirmed. You have basically every single time frame now, you have the momentum shifting down. You have the weekly setup where you're expanding about 15%, momentum is to the downside. You have a 5-day setup expanding, momentum is to the downside. And if you were to apply those average moves, that would line up with on the weekly, getting us to somewhere around $62,000 to $62,000, and that would be lining up with my bias to get that bigger bounce. And then if that bigger bounce very likely fails, we would look for another volatility setup, and that likely take us to around $46,000.
God damn. All right, Alex, you want to do the Bitcoin? That's very different from before. Farhan, Mr.
No more
Hopium
opium.
Mr. Hopium dealer.
Yeah, you guys can hear me?
Yeah.
Indeed.
Yeah, my bad, boys.
Morning.
Running a little crazy.
By the way, the whole team is struggling tremendously.
I'm in excruciating pain right now.
Glad we're all on the same page. I'm so fucking tired. I haven't slept dick because I've been putting together Legos, which is phenomenal.
Yeah, I couldn't sleep good last night. So I was doing some nice nighttime trading, we'll say, and I couldn't sleep. Opened a little long on the Discord here. We got stopped out here, and then I reopened the long just on my personal time right here. The Xanax finally kicked in. I didn't set any TP or stop loss.
Oh boy.
We pumped. I literally longed right here. We pumped. I was up $4,000, and I was gonna short here because I'll explain why. And I woke up to this still in the long. I'm like, oh fuck. And I had to run the stream, so that was not good. I'm never gonna take a Xanax fucking at 2 a.m. to sleep because that's
it's too strong.
Yeah, way too strong. So where are we? What's going on? Markets, we're at 79,000. Your favorite crypto influencers quiet. What's going on? Well, honestly, what's going on is exactly what we were talking about. So what occurred yesterday was very simple to understand. We essentially we were watching that daily EMA 200 for a while. That was a major spot for Bitcoin. And that was a spot that I kept saying we need to lose for us. We need to lose that in order for us to really go down more. Because as you can see, for days, we're just getting solid reactions from that point. Yesterday, we opened and we aggressively lost it, including the SMA 200. Now, in this view, I had a bias that Bitcoin was going to pump up. But I was really cautious and also aware that we need to really watch and be cautious of how big of a pump it can go. Because there's two spots for me on Bitcoin, and this is why I longed. Let me go to this chart. Two spots for me. So I said, and I was thinking yesterday, because I did close one of my big shorts here. I thought, and I figured this, per the book, the daily SMA is a major level. For any markets, it's always a major level. That's a level that you want to often become bearish when you lose it on like a daily close, because very often it can mean that we're just in a very aggressive downtrend when you often lose the daily SMA 200. But to the book, once you lose a major support, you always should retest this into resistance. And so going into yesterday, I was aware that this scenario is very, very probable. Bounce up into today. And the idea was to hit the daily SMA 200. And I told everyone on the Discord, this will either give us an easy, like brainless short, or we're going to overshoot this and actually go up a little higher. I personally thought we were going to go up a little higher based on a few things, which I'll show, because it just seemed too easy to reject the SMA 200. Like that to me just seemed like such an easy, obvious short for bears. But as you can see, that did occur. Why was I thinking that we could potentially hit 86,000? Well, just like the daily SMA 200 here, I was watching that EMA 200. And this was the first major support before the SMA 200, along with confluence of this channel that was holding Bitcoin and the daily EMA 9. I was looking at this zone and I was like, well, honestly, the way too easy short would be this rejection off the SMA 200. That's why I'm so annoyed that I like the one day I actually sleep and oversleep, I miss the most easiest money on my long, and then I miss the most obvious, like dead obvious short for my just a short, the SMA 200. Very annoying. But right now, what we see is we do see a rejection off that SMA 200 and a pretty harsh one. Like from entry here, that dumped, which is annoying, almost like basically 5%. That's crazy on a 20x. You could have 2x report fairly fast. So, you know, that's right now really telling, because this to me shows the weakness in the markets. This is extremely weak. The fact that we couldn't even reach this zone just to retest the silver cross, test the daily EMA 200, and it's still a very long day, but the fact that we're already testing 79s is very concerning, because as soon as you lose this wick low, you're going to see Bitcoin start to capitulate. And my target is still around 73 to 69K. Excuse me. But right now on Bitcoin, I do still think ideally we can get some kind of bounce. I'm not sure if, and it's hard to say this because the rejections already occurred. We're already down 5%. You know, and so right now it to me seems like this is already happening. We already got the bearish retest and we're good to dump to 73s. But I'm still holding out hope that if we can hold above 79,000, we can essentially get a bounce from here and almost disconnect like a bear trap. Now, I know that just seems crazy to say, but I would need to start seeing this actually go red and revert this entire down candle to move up. That way, horny bears that got really positioned here printed, but they round trip, only for us to go up a little bit more, up to 85. Like my zone now is 86 to 86.5. And I'm basing that off the 2-day. And again, this is why it's also super annoying, because it was just super obvious. Like the 2-day just deviated the EMA 100. Oftentimes when you deviate that EMA 100, you like to rally up and test it. These examples aren't the best because it's just a chop in the market, but let me give you a better example right here. It's almost like this. We lost the EMA 100 on the 2-day, dumped, aggressive rally up, almost hit it, front ran it, and retested it before rejecting the big move. So that was kind of my idea for last night. That's why I gave the short Academy short right around the zone, and it still very well could happen, but to me now, Bitcoin's looking like, you know, it missed it just by a ball sack hair, which is annoying, like 2%. And right now it seems like, yeah, 73 is next up. That's the SMA 200 on the 2-day meme line support. This is a big zone. If Bitcoin doesn't hold, it's like a range, 73 to 69K. Very good chance that we're going to see a major capitulation all the way down to the 50 to 45s. And keep in mind, this $50,000 would be a major test, because what we see is right around there is where the monthly uptrend is, the last higher low. Breaking the last higher low would flip the monthly into a downtrend. You're essentially the last recipe for a bear market. So, yeah, that's Bitcoin. It's looking pretty bad. Not a good sign. I was also hoping we get a rally up just simply because of the posturing of the median. You can just see we simply rejected the bottom of the 38.2%. So this is just in breakdown posturing now.
Yeah, I was waiting for that 85,000 zone to do the short, and he didn't feel it, just fucking went down. And now again, just like yesterday and the day and before, it's kind of baiting longs, staying at these lower price, and people are like, this is gonna be fucking great, so
Yeah.
interesting.
Yeah, and that's why it's just annoying, because I would have caught in this short here and I would have given it to the Discord. It's just, I just wasn't up. So Bitcoin to me, oh yeah, we also want to note that weekly volatility is now expanding. So this is going to guide our bias. Once this confirms this week, this is now in expansion posturing. This is also why I wanted to get short again, because with this expanding, this is telling me, yeah, markets are going to very minimally move up and aggressively dump. And that's kind of where we're at now. So plan is still on. Watch, in my opinion, easy shorts around the 86.5. If we get that at this point, it doesn't seem like that's going to happen though. And it seems to me like Bitcoin is ready to actually test that zone. The zone being right at 73 to $70,000. So watch that very carefully. Be aware that the monthly volatility is starting to expand. This is going to give you a bias that not really going to get a lot of bounces here, which is disappointing for this long I'm in right now, trying to get out. I might just close this shit right now. Jesus, I'm so annoyed right now about this. I can't even tell you. It's, yeah, because I would have closed this. I didn't want to swing long. I didn't want to become a bag holder with Scott. I wanted to long up and short this shit down again.
Sir,
So,
the term is called community member.
yeah.
Hey guys, good morning. I just want to clarify. What do you mean by that? There's absolutely no headwinds ahead, only tailwinds ahead. We know that. You're staying long, you're going to make a lot of money. This is the biggest bull of all bulls, and the bull market does not stop. Okay, this is just a dip. You buy the dip, and if you don't want to buy it, just sell me all of your Bitcoin. You hear that? You hear that?
All right, Scott, thank you. Jesus
Thanks,
Christ.
Scott.
All right, go chill. Fuck. Oh no, it's breaking down further.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's basically it. I mean, I that's all I have on core, and I still think the objective is 73s. We just, if you caught the short at the SMA 200, congratulations. Today's daily candle looks disgusting now. And that just means, like, unfortunately now, like me, there's a lot of longs trapped, so they're gonna have to sell lower, and that's gonna probably brew capitulation. So unless the hopium is, if Bitcoin can, let's say, not break, which I'll share this tab just to show everyone I wasn't joking, absolutely ridiculous here. Longed it up here, look at this. And then it just went to my TP immediately. Yeah, but if we honestly break this low here that we just formed, like literally right now, we're gonna nuke. So I'm going to keep this open. I'm gonna have my stop set here right at like 79,100. And granted, this is not how I trade or how I want to trade, but I'm already screwed, so I don't, whatever. I'll just take the loss. So if we start breaking this low, we're gonna probably really nuke. 79s is the spot though. You would want to start seeing bulls at least squeeze up. And if we do squeeze up, you're really, really, really gonna want to watch the 2-day carefully, because the 2-day, in my opinion, is very telling. It's very easy. We had that, major meme line support in this range, but we also had that EMA 100. And something to note, which I'm sure Farr noted, was the 2-day finally silver cross. So again, that was also matching my bias on, let's get this rally up. Let's, smoke some late horny shorts and trap longs, tap the silver cross, and then aggressively nuke. So that is just something to be aware of, is we do have now that 2-day silver cross. Yeah, and let me see when the last one, what that kind of did to us.
On the 2-day, they were like smaller dumps. Like, I think the biggest one was a 16%, and the other one was 8% to the downside.
I see. Yeah.
I have to pay attention.
Yeah, so you're right. Yeah, this one was 10% down from the cross. Yeah, so I'll take your word for it. Yeah, the last ones were like, you know, not the biggest. 'Cause I was looking at that yesterday, and then this one as well. We basically retested it here, and then dumped, yeah, like 9%. But that is still on the you know, that is still what has occurred, and we were talking about this possibility last stream. So, you know, this just ties into Bears are in full control here, boys, and you know, pump. If you pump up to like this zone, this is a gift for shorts. And really, right now, Bitcoin is looking quite bad. It's looking quite bad. So that's all I have for Bitcoin right now. Yeah, that's it. Just watch, be careful. We really could capitulate here, and yeah, that's it. That's all I have. GG for anyone who got that estimate 200 short.
All right.
Patting myself on the back as we speak.
Yeah, honestly.
Oh God! Oh fuck! That hurt real bad.
That's what you get for patting your back.
Jesus, Faran.
Fuck, that hurt so bad.
He's fucked.
Bro pat his back and almost died.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
It wasn't a good Sunday to Monday transition for Elite Trading Academy members.
No,
excruciating pain.
I'm sorry, dude. What was I gonna say? Oh no, fuck. All right, never mind.
Hey guys, it's George.
George, you kind of sound like Scott.
Well, I can only do so many voices. I am George. You're all George. So this weekend we're fucked, huh?
We're all fucked.
Yes, George. We're all fucked. Thank you so much for bringing it up.
I'm just gonna go drink a scotch again.
George, are you drunk right now? Oh no, he barfed in here. All right, well, we're gonna continue to do this. Sorry, guys. Sorry, everyone. It's just not a good Monday for crypto people. Let's just say
George,
that.
you gotta make sure to hydrate every time you vomit like that.
He's on the floor right now. He's not hearing you. Ok, vamos a ver Bitcoin, pero antes de empezar con Bitcoin, quiero traerlos para todos ustedes que quieran participar con nosotros acá en Elite Trading Academy. Dense una vuelta a nuestro Discord, está el enlace aquí abajo. Todos los menús están aquí a la izquierda. Aquí tienen los análisis de Alex, aquí tienen los de Farhan, tienen nuestro chat general. Vénganse a platicar con toda la banda. Muy bueno para apoyarte y tradear con otros y escuchar ideas. Excelente. Vengan a ver Criptolingo por si hay cosas que no entiendan en este stream o lo que sea. Ahí lo tienen. Vengan a pedir tablas, vengan a compartir cuánto están ganando, perdiendo. Veamos, porque hemos estado en corto en este mercado. Es exactamente lo que quiero ver, cabrones. Exactamente lo que quiero ver. 100%, 267%, 150%. Me llevo mi 15%. ¿Cómo de que no? Bien armado, por supuesto que sí. Vengan a compartir con nosotros, vengan a platicar, vengan a ver si necesitan cualquier enlace oficial de Elite Trading Academy, aquí los tenemos, pero sobre todo a platicar y apoyarse en el chat general, buenísimo para cualquier cosa. Y si son unos degenerados y quieren hacer trading de futuros con nosotros, lo pueden hacer en Bluffin, que tenemos futuros de Bitcoin y de cualquier cripto, o también en BTCC, que también tiene futuros de cripto y además acciones. ¿Cómo lo van a hacer? Se van a meter en tutos en nuestro sitio web. Esto todo es gratis. ¿Cómo tradear en Bluffin? Vas a abrir acá. Te va a dar un enlace acá para que puedas ir a tradear. Le picas play. 5 minutos te va a explicar exactamente cómo fondear tu cuenta, cómo funciona, cómo abrir un corto, cómo abrir un largo, etcétera. Y BTCC funciona igualito que esto. Entonces, si tienes preguntas de cómo fondear tu cuenta en BTCC porque quieres hacerle un short a Tesla o a Nvidia o algo así, es idéntico que esto. Nada más, la única diferencia va a ser dónde están los futuros. Y ya. Así que con eso dicho, vámonos de vuelta a los Bitcoins. Vamos a ver cómo va la cosa. No pinta bien, no pinta bien, no pinta bien. Pero, pues va de acuerdo a lo que hemos estado diciendo en el Elite Trading Academy por acá por un rato, así que nos ha salido bastante bien. A toda la gente que entró en los cortos, felicidades, la han estado rompiendo y parece que vamos a continuar a la baja. ¿Por qué? Tenemos obviamente estos altos históricos, pero hemos roto absolutamente toda esta tendencia alcista. El mínimo que tenemos por acá que es ¿cómo se llama? que es nuestra base básicamente para poder lograr un mínimo más alto, se va a romper abajo de los 78,142. Eso nos diría que vamos a continuar esta tendencia bajista. Esta es una tabla semanal. Vamos a empezar con la trimestral y también ya saben que me encantan mis niveles. Los tienen acá para toda la gente que los quiera copiar. Es muy fácil hacer trading en estos niveles, honestamente, así que por eso los uso. Personalmente me gustan solamente por eso, porque cada que llego a un nivel, sé lo que va a pasar. Y esto fue lo que estamos platicando ahorita en stream. Se ve como un retesteo bajista y tal cual lo hizo. Y ahí va la vela para abajo, pintando una vela asquerosa. Y vamos a ver si se llevan a Alex en vivo y en directo, abajo de los 79,100. Empecemos con la de 3 minutos. Esperemos que no. 3 meses. Que 3 minutos ni que nada. Hemos estado en esta tendencia alcista, sin lugar a dudas. Hemos llegado a crear este nuevo máximo histórico y ahora vamos de vuelta. Impresionante. Nuestro cierre más alto trimestral está en los 93,444. Teníamos y tenemos todavía nuestra volatilidad expandiendo el punto más bajo, pero, atentos. Esta expansión de volatilidad ahora está apoyando el movimiento a la baja y eso es algo que puede pasar. Recuerden que no solamente va a empujar el precio a un lado, se puede voltear el precio y volatilidad continuar expandiendo y continuar expandiendo el precio en la otra dirección, para que no crean que una vez que ya jaló para un lado se acabó todo. No, no, no. Además, en la trimestral, rápido antes de irnos, en cada uno de estos picos, cada uno de estos máximos, hemos estado viendo nosotros, y lo voy a poner aquí abajo para que lo puedan ver bien. Hemos estado viendo esto en el RSI. Y es una divergencia bajista. Y es una divergencia bajista sobre todos estos máximos. Es la divergencia bajista más grande de toda la historia. Así que vamos a ver cómo se da. La cosa también que tiene que ver es, también tienes en el RSI un hombro, cabeza, hombro invertido, que de nuevo eso se puede dar, pero todavía puede bajar mucho, mucho más y eso tomaría 2 años tal vez, 2 años y medio en jugar, por lo que antes de eso, en este momento somos bajistas y lo hemos sido por un rato. Así que continuamos. La mensual, como siempre, en realidad la mensual fue la que nos dijo, hay varias cosas que estamos viendo acá que nos dicen que esto fue el tope. Uno, tienes una divergencia bajista en el RSI, en este tope fue igualito al que vimos en el 2021, pero en noviembre, donde el alto más alto ya no fue un alto más alto y una vez que se juega, siempre que se acaban esas, caen. Ahora, atentos, en la mensual, y siempre decimos esto, en la mensual queremos estar por arriba del promedio del 9, si no estamos en una tendencia bajista. Estamos justamente bajando y perdiendo nuestro promedio del 9, lo pueden ver acá, que está en los 79,850. Además, quiero que vean esto. Tenemos la media que nos está rechazando, perdiendo el 9, y eso nos debería llevar primero al 21, que está en 65,600, y después a la zona baja de la zona azul en 62,367. Atentos, estos son números potentes de bajada, no estamos hablando de cualquier cosa. Ahora, de rebotar, poder tomar la media de vuelta en los $84,000 y ahora sí que despejar esto, tendrías un chance de irte a 104,000. Faltan todavía 21 días y 10 horas para que se juegue esto, pero claramente simplemente por el retesteo perdimos la media, retesteo de la media y para dónde va, esto pinta que va para abajo. Así que no sabemos cuánto tiempo va a tomar en llegar ahí, pero sabemos que ahí va en camino. Volatilidad está contrayendo en este momento, llegando al punto más bajo tal vez de la tabla. Así es. Una vez más repite este punto bajo que se dio en el 2021-2022, que fue literalmente, este punto fue ¿cómo se llama? El principio del mercado bajista y esta expansión fue la que nos llevó literalmente al nepe en la mensual. Así que esto se podría estar dando por acá. Vamos a la de 2 semanas. 2 semanas, a ver, volatilidad, prende, oye, volatilidad. Ok, volatilidad está contrayendo bajo el promedio, no hay nada que ver por ahí. Pero, importante, tenemos el rechazo tan famoso que siempre seguimos acá, luego perdemos el 9 y estamos cayendo con contundencia y rotundencia bajo el promedio del 21, y esto es en la de 2 semanas. El promedio del 21 está en 80,100, en 81,000, básicamente estamos en 79,600 en este momento. De no poder romper los 84,800 a la alza, que también coincide con nuestra mensual media, vamos a ir a visitar mínimo los 74,583 y si no, el promedio del 21, del 34 por acá, en los 72,111 dólares. Malo. Semanal es interesante porque la semanal nos contó esta historia. En la semanal tuvimos esta vela de tope y luego tuviste este cierre. Y eso instantáneamente te debió de haber dicho, ahí está tu confirmación de esta vela de tope. ¿Cómo confirmas una vela de tope como estas? Sencillo. Para empezar, ¿qué crea una vela de tope? Para la gente que no sepa, es cuando una vela tiene una parte muy delgada en la parte de arriba y también en la parte de abajo. La parte gorda de la vela, que es el cuerpo de la vela, mide menos de 25% del total de la vela y está en la parte baja. ¿Cómo confirmas? Pueden ver y me voy a acercar acá, solamente para que lo vean limpio. Pueden ver esta vela, está hasta acá arriba. Voy a ponerlo con rojo para que lo puedan ver perfectamente. Está aquí arriba y esta es la parte de abajo, ¿ok? Cualquier cierre acá nos hubiera dicho que vamos a continuar para arriba. Cualquier cierre por debajo de esto, para abajo. Y creo que lo pueden ver que se dio perfectamente en la semanal. Así que tuvimos el primer aviso, ¿cuándo fue? En el tope, o sea, literalmente en los 109,000. Así que ahí fue donde nos dijo en la siguiente vela, en enero, que nos íbamos a ir para abajo. Y estamos cayendo y con fuerza, damas y caballeros. Estamos siendo rechazados por promedio del 34 en nuestra tabla mensual, digo semanal. Perdón, un segundo. Y de no poder pasar los 80,500, vamos a ir a darnos una vuelta tranquila al 55 que está en 75 o hasta la zona del 71,440, que es la parte del 88,3%. Aquí tenemos, y la que nos gusta entre los bajos en los bajos rangos es esto. Podemos ver toda la confluencia que existe en los 85,896, lo que nos daría esperanzas que tal vez si queremos entrar en un short jugoso, esa vaya a ser la zona a tomar en cuenta. Ahí fue donde yo estaba más o menos abriendo un corto, pero no lo llegó. Se paró justamente acá, que fue el corto que se agarró Farhan en 84. Acá arriba tenemos el promedio del 100 en 85,600, tenemos el promedio del 9 en 85,900 y tenemos la parte baja de la zona azul. Esta zona con toda esa confluencia nos hace pensar que tal vez un poco de hopium, rebotemos para acá y después para abajo, güey. Y también, si volteamos para abajo, tenemos nuestro SMA 200 justo en el 88,3%, que está en los 73,615. Y eso nos haría llevarnos también este mínimo de acá en los 78,000. De llevárnoslo, damas y caballeros, esto va a dar continuación bajista. ¿Qué otra cosa les quería enseñar en la tabla semanal? Volatilidad continúa expandiendo, pero de lado y para abajo en la de 2 días. Tenemos un corte plateado, un silver cross a la baja en la de 2 días. Normalmente estos no son movimientos grandes, pero cada que se dan cuentas un 8 a 16% a la baja. Se dio acá en esta vela. Entonces, si contamos de esta vela para abajo, podría llevarnos tranquilamente a ese SMA 200 en los 73,360 y cacho. Diaria. Estoy pensando si lo quiero hacer con el HPDR o si no. Lo voy a hacer sin, para que lo vean ya todo simplificado. Pueden ver, diaria, esta básicamente Bitcoin, y esto se los había yo dicho, está siguiendo el dólar, al DXY. Pueden verlo por acá. Tenemos que esperar al dólar a que justamente está encontrando un punto a donde rebotar, pero es idéntica la tabla del dólar a la de Bitcoin. Lo pueden ver, pero el dólar ha caído más. El dólar va adelantado de Bitcoin, lo que me dice que vamos a caer aún más en Bitcoin. Todavía no hemos visto el final del movimiento por acá. Se los voy a poner en esta, discúlpenme. Es mi tabla viejita. Acá está, donde pudieron ver cómo encontramos y rechazamos todo este tiempo y hemos estado cayendo. Y por eso siempre les dije, ¿no? Me metí al Discord y les puse mis niveles por acá, porque son así de fácil. Entraste, llegaste una vez más acá, retesteas bajista y vámonos. Y ahí yo me pasé de listo porque quería una invalidación muy corta, pero era muy obvio que el movimiento estaba por acá, por esta confluencia de cosas. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que estamos viendo? Estamos viendo un Bitcoin débil, estamos viendo un Bitcoin que está creando bajos más bajos, definitivamente va a barrer este 78 y cuando lo haga, muy probablemente el resultado sea malo. Tenemos objetivos porque ahí tenemos diferentes, tenemos señales en el Joule de venta, tenemos todo lo que se está dando que nos podría llevar hasta los 48,000, pero podríamos encontrar un rebote interesante en los bajos 72 o en la zona del 69, más o menos por acá. Y pueden ver por qué. Esa fue nuestra zona de altos de antes y también donde rompimos aquí a la alza, consolidamos por un rato, por lo que me imagino que si caemos acá, esto debería de mínimo aguantar tantito. Y de nuevo, si te caes luego, después vas a probablemente venir a hacer un retest alcista por acá, bajista y vámonos para abajo. Vamos a estar pendiente de esto. ¿Dónde están las entradas? Una vez más, en 85, 370, 86 más o menos es donde vemos el corto más claro de todos, el más fácil, pero no estamos completamente seguros que vaya a darse esa oportunidad simplemente por el follow-through que está teniendo el precio a la baja. Así que si están viendo a Bitcoin hundirse, es lo que es y pues bueno, no se vayan a pelear en línea, es lo que es el precio de Bitcoin, por el amor de Dios. Todo el mundo volviéndose loco en línea con estas cosas. Ya hasta me dejé de burlar de la gente. De lo mal que me siento de este mercado bajista. Lo siento para todos, lo siento. Espero que mínimo los que están viendo y la gente que es parte del E-Trading Academy, pues nosotros hemos navegado esto bastante rico, pero pues los que no, sí están muy emputados, enojados, creyendo que esto iba a ir a 300,000 millones de dólares con Cathie Wood. Y otra cosa, la señal clara. Cuando vean a Michael Saylor con sus manitas chiquitas ir a todos los shows de televisión, vendan, suena chiste, pero vendan. Ese normalmente es el punto. Vámonos con la que sigue. My boys, we have Tesla and we have XRP. So Mr. Bread, Mr. Garlic Bread.
Claro, senor.
Okay.
I can be the Nazi to that.
Beautiful.
Oh, yeah.
What do you mean today?
Coinbase to launch 24/7 and perpetual style futures in the US.
Yes, sir. I thought perpetuals were illegal. I guess they're gonna have Mr. Trump oversign it or something.
Time to max long, boys. No,
We're going to let people come in and do perpetual futures. They're going to have a great time. People love perpetual.
Oh, the leaderboards are gonna be filled with only Americans.
Yeah. Americans are the best traders in the world. Everybody knows that. Scott Melker is going to be there. You know that. Milker. I'm sorry, not Melker.
Milker.
Yeah. Scott Milker in here, not Melker.
The best trader.
Exactly. Who's going to jump in first?
Oh, dude.
Yeah, thank you. I have to go to the bathroom real quick.
XRP, do it.
Drink some water.
Did I fucking delete XRP from here? I did.
Damn.
How dare you delete
How
XRP?
did you do that, sir?
I you know what? I am disgusting and I should be canceled. And I'm pretty sure I will eventually. So don't worry about it. Remove and add. Sorry. This is completely fucked now with StreamYard. Now that they changed their system.
Cancel this man. Cancel him now.
Cancel.
Alrighty.
And good morning to everyone here that's with us, joining us, trading with us, you fucking degenerates.
Good morning, boys.
Buenos dias. So on the monthly, XRP is starting to look kind of really bad, where we have several candles straight up. Then we put in this one here, which held the 5 EMA, but then we started to get a move back up. Couldn't get past this candle's open, and we basically turned that into a shooting star. And if we lose this 5 EMA, that's what I'm going to consider kind of to be death on the monthly time frame, because that's going to send you at a minimum down to this 38.2%. 38.2% is now below $1. It's sitting at about 78 cents. So it would take a couple of months to play out. So these ranges could change. But if this 38.2% doesn't change, I would bring it back down to 78% 78 cents at a minimum. And if you look at momentum now, it's now freshly starting to shift down, getting below the moving average, and the volatility is very close to also shifting down, getting below the moving average. Last time monthly momentum shifted down below the moving average was right over here in September of 2023. Price was at about 54 cents. We eventually went down towards 45 cents. How much of a drop was that? Uh, It's right here. That was about a 20% drop in price after we went below. So let's see from here, drop below the moving average right after this candle. So take it from there, 20% down, brings us to about $1.66, $1 and $1.66. Let's see what the significance of that $1.66 area is. That's very interesting. It's very close to our 9 EMA. That's at $1.70. So 9 EMA is what you would expect to hold if you are still leaning not bullish in the short term, because it's unlikely to be bullish in the short term. But if you're leaning towards putting in a higher low and then continuing to the upside, you would really need to hold that 9 EMA. 2 week is now completely breaking down on momentum, approaching the bearish control zone. While the volatility is still contracting, that is sort of hopium, but you shouldn't really look at it as hopium because now you're getting God mode sell signal on the jewel, and you're very close to losing this 38.2%. You have not gotten any type of bounce off of the 38.2% at all yet. That's at $2.07. And if you do lose a 38.2% on a 2 week close, that is going to flip this momentum of this volatility back up with the momentum breaking down. And that likely brings you towards, let's see, somewhere at a minimum of this 21 EMA, which is that 9 EMA on the monthly at $1.70. And then below that level is where it starts to get fucked. And that's where you probably drop below $1 towards the 100 EMA at about like 86 cents. And right around that previous area of around like just below $1. And then maybe you get a little bit of a bounce there, but at that point, because of how much you've retraced of this straight up move to the upside, likely you're going to retrace the entire thing and come back down to the 200 at around 60 cents. Long term, though, that still would be a higher low. And we all know XRP loves to do those things where it retraces the entire pump and then puts in an ever so slightly higher low before the last cycle's higher low.
It is such a cocksucker.
And then another 8 years before we can see it break all-time highs again. Weekly's already broke down into the bearish control zone with volatility expansion. And you're very close to getting the very bad jewel cell signal. Pink crossing below the yellow, dark blue below everything else. Very close. You're trying to hold this 21 EMA right now. Very unlucky it's going to continue to hold because of how many times it's been tested and you're not really getting a bounce off of it. The next level from there is going to be this 55 EMA. And 55 sits at right around $1.50. Maybe it'll go up a little bit higher as it takes a couple of candles for this to play out. Maybe it rises to around 170. That'd be very bias fitting if it did. 5 days trying to pick back up on momentum, getting just over the moving average, has not closed yet, so it has not confirmed that, with volatility starting to go down. So that would be a correction if it were to bounce, which as of right now, we're not really getting much of a bounce at all. We're just basically going straight down, and we're about to lose 38.2% on the 5 day as well. Last time we lost 38.2%, we have not lost in a good amount of time. Last time we lost it was right over here in August of 2023. So, oh shit. We have not lost it in close to 2 years now. That would be quite significant if we were to lose that again. That would bring us towards that 170 area right pretty quickly. 2-day is also trying to flip up on momentum with volatility flipping down, giving us an idea if we do bounce, it's likely to be a corrective bounce, which we already have gotten. We've gotten a bounce all the way up towards this median, rejected the median, and putting in a pretty expensive move to the downside now. Likely this move would bring us towards this 100, which would take the liquidity from this quick low here. Probably gets a little bit of a bounce in there around that $1.85 range, but that bounce very likely fails and takes us to 170. Daily is also trying to flip up on momentum, getting to very extreme levels with volatility flipping down, likely a corrective bounce. And what also goes along with the idea that it's going to be a corrective bounce before lower is the jewel is freshly shifting down into a sell signal. It's about to break back into the bearish control zone as well. Whereas also, let's zoom in on this. We had a silver cross to the downside. It came very close to uncrossing, and then it remained to the downside. That gives you a target of somewhere around this 200 as it continues to rise. Right now, the 200 is at 161. On the 4-hour, it's not. On the 4-hour, momentum is freshly starting to turn back down with volatility starting to flip back up. It's kind of looking like a fresh breakdown in the process, which we are seeing on price. We're bouncing at 88.3% right now, which does make sense to bounce because of how extreme levels you are at the on the HPDR, and we're bouncing at these previous quick lows. So if you were to lose this 88.3%, it would line up with losing these quick lows, which then you're probably going to get a complete breakdown towards $1.70. I accidentally shifted and that should hurt so bad.
You have to what?
I accidentally shifted and that shit hurts so fucking bad.
Oh, yeah.
So on the 2-week, we have possible bearish divergence on XRP. Oof.
Oh, great.
You have a high right here. You have a lower high on the RSI, higher high on price. And if you close below $1.94, that will confirm that bearish divergence on the 2-week, and that'll bring us down towards the minimum of this 21 EMA. Oh, look at that, $1.70. Very bias fitting. And this is going to be basically the absolute last area where bulls are going to have to step in and put in a significant bounce, because this is your only hopium for making a higher low. And if you fail to make this higher low here, that's what dumps you towards the 100. So it's somewhere around 94, 95 cents. It's going to erase this entire bounce, and it's going to be not much hopium for a higher low at all. Weekly does have hidden bullish divergence, which is very close to being invalidated. Close below $1.94, that will invalidate the hidden bullish divergence and confirm the 2-week bearish divergence. And now you're very close to getting a double extreme on volatility. You hit the first extreme on this insane move to the upside. It'd be funny to hit that second extreme on a pretty insane move to the downside. 5 days now about to put in a fresh drive of bearish divergence. That's going to be 3 drives of bearish divergence. And it will confirm it in 1 day and 9 hours as long as we're closing below $2.19. Close below there, that's going to confirm 3 drives of bearish divergence, likely bringing us down at a minimum towards a 55 EMA, which right now is at about $1.70.
I think
3 days
XRP,
ago.
once it's cooked, is just gonna fucking melt down.
Oh yeah, and real fast
quickly.
too.
Yeah,
That's what it always does.
Mm-hmm.
3 days well, it's about to put in 3 drives of bearish divergence, and it will confirm as long as we are below $2.19. And the next target on there is going to be this 100 EMA, which is at about 160. This will continue to rise. Maybe it goes up to 170. That would be very bias fitting if it did. But overall, the bearish divergence would have a target of the critical zone. We find out the critical zone is at 85 cents. Oh, XRP going from what, $3.40 to 85 cents.
Community members are not going to be happy.
They're like, why the fuck didn't I sell at all-time highs?
Because I thought it was going to go to 6.
2-day now has confirmed hitting bearish divergence off of this lower high. That would give us a target of hitting this 100 EMA, which right now that is sitting at about $1.84, $1.85. It's likely a little bit lower towards that 170 target based off of the monthly, however. Daily as well as many drives of hitting bearish divergence as long as we're below $2.65. And that would have a continuation target if we drop below 194 of hitting this 200, which is at about $1.65, $1.75. Does line up with the bias. Not much on it for the momentum. Ding. Monthly momentum is getting kind of close to flipping down. And guess what else lined up with my bias? The monthly momentum pivot is at $1.70. So not only would that area be significantly losing our EMAs and losing the probability of making a higher low, but it would shift monthly momentum freshly to the downside. Last time monthly momentum shifted to the downside was right around this area here, and that was from wick high to low of close to 60%. Pretty significant, although I'm pretty sure we've dropped more than that by now. No, only 39%. So if we were to take 60%, that brings us to about $1.34, right along these highs right here. Interesting. There's no bearish divergence, however, because we went higher.
But we did go barely any higher, right? From like the 8 years ago.
Yeah.
So that means we can go as low as we were before.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe make an ever so slightly higher low. Like the current low is at around like 35, 40 cents. The ever so slightly higher low at like 50 cents, 55 cents.
Yeah. Damn.
That's what he usually likes to do. Just makes a very, very, very slight higher low.
Such a dick.
But a lot of other, not even a lot, 99.9% of most cryptos fail to make the higher low. They make lower lows.
Yeah.
That's why 99% of crypto, I tell people, is dog shit trash over the long term. Everything's trending towards zero, except for like 0.0001% of cryptos.
Mm-hmm.
And it's really not looking good on this monthly curvature on the momentum. It's kind of like there is 21 days and 9 hours to go, which is an eternity in cryptocurrency land, but it's already starting to curve over, even though we haven't gotten to that pivot. 2 week is now pretty close to getting a double extreme on the volatility. We're getting very close to where we can flip back around from. And momentum is flipping down, and we're rejecting the critical zone, and we're going to be down as long as we're below 269. Very nice number. A weekly is now very close to getting that double extreme, getting over the moving average, just about to get back up and confirm volatility expansion. And momentum is now to the downside as long as we're below 286. And also we're going to get that momentum volatility set up to the downside. 5 days also very close to getting double extreme, and we're pointed down with the derp of death as long as we're below $2.62. And that would be a rejection of getting out of the bearish control zone. 2 days now about to give us another extreme on the volatility with momentum to the downside as long as we're below $2.31. Daily as well, but very close to getting another extreme on the volatility. Momentum is down as long as you're below $2.48, and you're rejecting getting into the bullish control zone. 4 hour also, every single one of these time frames is lining up with flipping up towards extreme volatilities. 4 hour one is close to flipping up. It hasn't quite flipped up yet. It will flip up in the next 35 minutes if you can close above $2.10. That would make it seem like if it does flip up, likely to get a bounce from there into a lower high. go down a little bit, see if you can get buys. 2 hour is now starting to flip down, making it less likely that the 4 hour will flip up. And it's flipped down as long as we're below $2.14. So we can get over that number, then it'll make it extremely probable that the 4 hour will flip up. So this one, a little bit more degenerate. And also the hourly is now flipped down below 217, and you're getting volatility expansion with the move to the downside. And 30 minutes also now flipping down to below $2.17. So as of this moment, that it doesn't really look like any one of these bounces are going to hold, and it's probably going to come back down to test this high-term time frame pivot, monthly pivot of around $1.70. Very significant areas. I believe it lines up. It does, yeah, it lines up with the monthly 9 EMA as well. If that area, that's the most hopium that I can give to the bulls, is you can hold that area out, make a higher low, grind it out for a couple of weeks, and then maybe get another attempt for a higher high at that point. But what's likely to happen now, with how the rest of the crypto market looks, is maybe you get a little bit of a bounce there, maybe you get a significant bounce there. Probably not going to make all-time highs though. Maybe even it gets $3, but likely doesn't make new all-time highs. And from there, it probably ends up breaking down and dropping below $1. Somewhere around like 85 cents is the RSI target that I can give you, but maybe it goes lower because it does like to make ever so slightly higher lows. But the RSI target would be somewhere around 85 cents. The invalidation for all of this is to close above that $2.69 number on a weekly basis. Close above that, then you're probably going to go to new all-time highs with hidden bullish divergence. But as of right now, it doesn't look like that's going to happen. It looks like we're going to go to towards somewhere around $1.70, get a little bit of a bounce there, maybe a significant bounce. From there to somewhere around 85 cents.
Well, it sounds totally fucked.
I apologize, community members.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Vamos a ver XRP rápidamente para todos ustedes en vivo y en directo a todo color. ¿Cómo de que no? Vamos a empezar con la de 3 meses porque hay suficientes datos en XRP. Lleva tanto tiempo fuera. XRP haciendo de lo suyo, damas y caballeros, nos está dando lo que parece ser una repetición de estas velas. Estamos en la trimestral. Habíamos logrado altos históricos en esta misma con cierres. Lo habíamos hecho antes en 1.9, en 1.98. Y en esta lo habíamos logrado en $2.07. $2.07. Y ahorita estamos intentando cerrar esta vela en 21 días y 9 horas por encima, pero voy a decir que muy probablemente esto que estamos viendo acá es un poco lo que veamos, porque pueden ver que también llegó el precio XRP hasta los 3.3 en el 2017, 2018, y ahora llegó al 3.39, o sea, casi 3.4, casi 10 centavos más. La cosa aquí con XRP, y esto fue lo que yo les había dicho cuando estábamos viendo esto, que tenía cara de que, güey, se ve súper alcista y va a llegar a $6 y todo. Y es lo mismo que les dije en todas. Cuando estamos en un tope, y esto es importante para todos los que lo vivieron y que estuvieron aquí conmigo y escucharon esas palabras, porque funciona igual para cuando estemos abajo, ¿ok? Y es lo que vamos a hacer, enfocarnos en eso. Cuando estás hasta arriba en precio en algo, cuando estás en este punto, volteas a ver solamente las tablas. Las tablas parece que van a llevarlo a 30x para arriba. Todo se ve alcista. No tienes absolutamente ninguna nube gris, ni oscura, ni de nada. O sea, toda mente se ve alcista. Y normalmente eso es el peligro, ¿no? Porque no sabes dónde va a topar, dónde no. Pero lo que sí es, cuando ves a toda la gente que está apostando que no puede caer, es normalmente cuando cae. Y es un poco lo que vimos acá. Y lo digo porque cuando estemos abajo y que nadie quiera comprar nada y que se vea todavía más bajista, vamos a comprar y nos vamos a ir al long y vamos a cambiar la tendencia. Por ahora, vamos a ver qué está pasando. XRP mínimo no ha roto absolutamente ningún fundamental en esta tabla, no ha roto nada en la tendencia alcista, simplemente está creando una vela muy mamona de tope en este momento, pero de nuevo faltan 21 días y 9 horas para cerrar esa vela. ¿Esa línea estaba ahí o la acaba de crear? Creo que sí estaba ahí. También teníamos este setup que nos dio XRP, que viene del punto más bajo en volatilidad y ahora está expandiendo. Esta volatilidad nos ayudó a subir hasta acá. Y ahí es donde más o menos acaba. Vámonos a la mensual. Mensual, lo pueden ver. mensual. Normalmente cuando tengo estas velas, este estilo, esto a mí me dice que este es un punto de resistencia muy importante en los 3.03 y probablemente este es el tope. Y acá, básicamente, lo que te dio la siguiente vela fue un retesteo bajista de esta zona en el 3.03 y de ahí ha caído. Esta vela mensual es una vela de tope y si digamos en 21 días y 9 horas cerrar así, también se llevaría a trimestral entre patas, pero esta vela con cualquier cierre debajo de 2.06 a este punto, quiere decir que confirmaría, tal cual como la que vimos en Bitcoin en la semanal, ¿no? Volatilidad está contrayendo, sí, ya está por debajo del promedio, lo pueden ver acá, la volatilidad es la línea de colores y el promedio es lo blanco y acá lo pueden ver como el blanco está por encima del otro, pero por nada. Vamos a poner el HPDR rápido para ver nuestros niveles y qué podemos esperar de esta acción de precio. Bien, habíamos estado muy por encima en el rango alto y nos rechaza el 88.3%. Hemos caído y ahora estamos entrando en esta zona, el 78.6%. ¿Cuál sería nuestra siguiente parada y la que debería de aguantarnos? El 1.70. De no aguantar el 1.70, ya creaste un bajo más bajo y que te llevara al 1.42, esto sería tu confirmación de que esto está completamente cocinado. Barrer este mínimo, en realidad, el 1.7, sería la primera llamada de la sentencia de muerte para XRP. Y además, si están viendo esta tabla tal cual, que ahora que nos acercamos se va a ver mejor, este es un retesteo bajista de esta zona. Por lo que yo pienso que no va a volver a retomar esta zona en los 2.6, pero ya veremos paso a paso, no nos vamos a adelantar a nada. 2 semanas nos cuenta un poco. Espérame. Sí, en la mensual, no como en Bitcoin, que estamos perdiendo nuestro promedio del 9 en la mensual, acá todavía está por debajo, en 1.7, en 1.71. Por eso es bastante peligroso perder esta zona, este bajo, porque te llevarías creando un bajo más bajo y además te llevarías tu promedio del 9. Y eso normalmente es una sentencia de muerte. XRP le gusta subir hecho la madre y le gusta bajar aún más rápido. Así que el día que XRP se voltee para abajo, no le va a dar tiempo a los miembros de la comunidad de vender. Atentos. Atentos, si es que siguen holdeando con cojones por alguna razón. Podemos ver en la de 2 semanas un poco el acercamiento, lo que estamos viendo antes. Perdemos el promedio del 9, tal vez en la mensual esto venga y nos aguantó la parte baja de la zona azul en el 2.06. Queremos aguantar ahí, queremos recuperar los 2.2 si somos alcistas y después el 2.5, que es crítico. De ahí, esta va a ser una de las zonas más importantes para el precio, regresar a esta zona donde hubo el breakdown, porque este es el primer breakdown que tienes de esta zona, lo que normalmente nos hace verlo en este tipo de escenarios es algo así, un rebote hasta ahí, luego dar continuación a la baja, es lo que básicamente nos dice todas las tablas en esto, y es básicamente técnicas sencillas, ¿no? De trading. Vámonos a la semanal. Semanal tenemos volatilidad expandiendo, pero por muy poco y no va tan agresivamente ante esta vela roja. Vamos a ver cómo continúa, pero podemos ver que si la de 2 semanas aguantó la zona azul, en la semanal ya la perdimos, lo que nos estaría probablemente dando un previo de lo que va a pasar. Nos está aguantando el promedio del 21 en los 2.1. De perderlo, vamos al 1.9, que coincide con mi línea meme que ha estado aquí todo el tiempo. Y de perder esta línea meme, probablemente te vayas a llevar este bajo y eso te vaya a llevar mucho más abajo. Pero el 1.70, del 1.70 al 1.77 es una zona bastante importante al precio de XRP para no perder, porque de perderlo empieza a pintar esto bastante mal. Vámonos a la de 5 días, rápido para ver cómo se ve. 5 días lo mismo, la misma idea, pierdes el promedio del 9, caes de la media, estás justamente rebotando el 50% y quieres aguantar. Siguiente parada, 1.99, que es donde está nuestro promedio del 34, y de no aguantar el 1.34, el 1.9, ya saben a dónde vamos, a retestear esta zona que coincide con nuestro 78.6% también. Uy, güey, esto podría acabar mal para los miembros de la comunidad. Sí, pueden verlo por acá. Todavía ni siquiera está cansado el movimiento. Tenemos nuestro SMA 200 justamente en la parte baja, el 97.5%. Tal cual como le gusta ir extremos a la alza, le gusta ir extremos a la baja. Por lo que, una vez perdido los 1.7, este mínimo en el 1.77, Tu siguiente objetivo a no perder es el 1.6. De perder el 1.6, este pollo ya se cocinó y esto es algo que quiero que vean. Sobre todo, volatilidad no está dando nada. Es bastante sencillo. Pueden ver todo cómo aguantó acá una vez que caíste acá, que rompiste el rango de verdad. Porque acá no lo rompiste. Esto fue simplemente un liquidity grab. Al igual que esta zona, al igual que esta zona, pueden ver que no hay cierres por debajo. El único cierre más o menos por debajo es la primera vela roja acá. Ahora voy a quitar toda esta mugre y quiero que vean. Esto es donde en verdad rompe. Cae, agresivamente sube, agresivamente cae, intenta retestear la zona tal cual como lo había hecho acá, intenta retestear la zona y ahora tienes el rechazo. Es difícil pensar que XRP va a regresar una vez más a retomar este nivel. Es más, va a ser difícil pensar que XRP se pueda llevar este nivel. El short más grande de la historia en XRP es si esta vela o la que sigue llegan al 2.59, aquí la invalidas por acá y de aquí tienes el siguiente rechazo si hiciera algo así, ¡pum! Y de ahí para abajo. ¿Cómo sabes si estás equivocado? Si el tío Salo está equivocado, simplemente retomando este nivel, aquí volver a consolidar y continuar a la alza. Pero por ahora tiene pinta de que vamos a crear bajos más bajos. Hemos creado este bajo más bajo. No que toda la estructura, pero después de esto, y ahorita estamos esperando a ver si esto aguanta o no. De nuevo, si quieres ser alcista, tienes que pasar todos tus promedios por ahí del 2.5. Si quieres ser bajista, simplemente donde estás, muy probablemente un retesteo de tu promedio del 100, del 9, por esta zona en los 2.3, ¡plup! Antes de continuar cayendo. Vamos a ver exactamente, pero XRP, bastante fácil de leer la tabla y el rango. Pueden ver que el rango en realidad también está acá. De acá al amarillo es el verdadero rango y estamos muy cerca de la parte baja del rango, tal cual como en Bitcoin, ¿no? Tenemos nuestros rangos bastante claros y pues una vez que los pierdes, chun, 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 retesteo y pito. Pues ahí está. Eso es XRP. Vámonos con Tesla, como de que no, damas y caballeros, con Alex. Segundo, tengo que quitar esto y poner esto. Oh, Alex, you left and came back. I'm sorry. Wait. Swear to God, this is going to kill me.
All right, let's see if we're rich or not. You guys can hear me?
Let's see. Yes.
It's kind of funny because I'm just going to do this real quick. You guys on stream are absolute degenerates. A lot of people took this long here. That's degenerate. But let's see here. So so Tesla, where do we leave off? What is today? Is today Wednesday? No, it's Monday. I am totally off. So where do we leave off on Friday? Jeez. Well, we were talking essentially about that $262.92 being a major spot for Tesla. You can see into Friday, we unfortunately didn't reclaim mean line support. That resulted in a nice dump into open. That did leave a nice gap though. So, you know, this makes a lot of sense to me that, you know, this is a big range for Tesla. We've seen this before where, and I'll say the difference is we don't have any support for moving averages. In this scenario, we did. In this scenario, we do not. But you know, even in this scenario, we rejected, came down, rallied back up, rejected, came down, rallied back up, and then had the big move down. So, you know, Tesla doesn't necessarily immediately have to collapse to the $216 level, which would be the next target. And even so, I would actually want to see it, you know, kind of move up, fill a little bit of that gap, you know, flirt a little bit with that $263 region, really solidify this to be resistance before rejecting. That way, then we can see that fast moving average, the EMA 9, move down more, reach support, solidifying this being resistance. But if we go and view, let's see the 5-day. You can see that Tesla has legitimately just been straight down. This has given essentially no lower high. So on the higher time frames, in my opinion, I think you should be gauging the daily to be gauging a bigger bounce on the higher time frames. What could I mean by that? Well, You should be looking at this as resistance, 263, and you should be looking at this as a gap, and likely we kind of trek up and maybe test it one more time. But if the daily starts reclaiming 263, you should be gauging this as Tesla's potentially going to gear up for a higher low on the higher time frames. Because like I showed on the 5-day, we've been solidly going down. And so we should see some kind of reaction, and that reaction, you know, even if it took us all the way back up to 300, even if it took us all the way up, honestly, to 334, that would still be okay as long as we don't break 368. You know, higher time frame, lower highs are, you know, always a little more aggressive than like daily lower highs, in my opinion. Just, it makes sense. But also, you can see Tesla's at a very crucial spot in this week. So we're at that 5-day SMA 200. Again, plays into, we'd want to see a bounce more than a dump here, especially for bull's sake. Because if today, which is closing the 5-day, loses that SMA 200, I'm going to be very concerned of, you know, this just chop scenario, and maybe we don't even reach 263. We just keep chopping around like 253 to, you know, 248, right around that weekly EMA 100 and SMA 200. That then would most likely accelerate the move down to the $215 region, losing the weekly SMA 200. Volatility is looking quite nice. Didn't give us a setup, but just in healthy posturing. It doesn't really look like it's going to slow down, and it's in favor of bears. Yeah, weekly SMA 200s there. Same thing with the 5-day. Losing monthly 34, that's not good. Anytime Tesla, granted this one was a failed one, lost the 34, came down. How far did we overshoot from the 34 though? That's what I'm interested in. Oh wow, so we overshot almost 11% from the 34. Support held, got back above. But then we lost it here, and then we went down 21%. We lost it here, and then we went down 44% down. Yeah, this was pretty destructive. Lost it here, rejected the monthly 9, and then collapsed to the next target, which would be that EMA 100. We dumped 36%. So, you know, what I'm trying to show is that monthly 34 is a pretty big spot for Tesla. We're pretty heavily now below it. It obviously can in 21 days possibly recover, but you're gonna want to gauge this going into the monthly, into March, into April, in my opinion. Even possibly losing the median slightly below it now. It's at 242.85. So, you know, essentially here on Tesla, you should be gauging possibly a bounce, maybe into tomorrow and the coming days. You can even see here 3-hour closing right now. We easily could start moving up and fill that gap, test the 3-hour EMA 9, and just kind of again flirt with the 263. But honestly, this is very simple. I mean, as long as Tesla's under 263, it is in breakdown territory. So just as we've seen, 263 has been a big spot for Tesla. We do reject it. We do go to the bottom of support. And obviously I have kind of like a mid-range here at 215. But I mean, if we lose 215, we're going to go to 190s, like 198. And possibly all the way down to like 186. You can look at that as like a range, 186 to 198. So that's why it's very important for Tesla now to not lose this, or essentially reject and quickly reclaim the 263. Because each and every time we've just seen aggressive moves down once it's below. So yeah, that's kind of it. Volatility is pretty up there. I mean, we're at the places in the last history where we have started to reset. So, you know, this can maybe come up a little bit more, but I would be expecting this to start kind of coming down soon on the 2-day. And that would bode well for bulls, because with this expanding, this has just been destroying price. It's crazy how much Tesla is dumped. I mean, 51%. I wish it would have topped at 420. That would have been funnier.
It did on the, I think it did on the first one. Not in 2022, 2021.
Oh, I see. Almost. That's funny.
It was close.
That is funny. So yeah, it's very simple. Watch 263. Gauge the 5-day and the weekly, estimate 200. You start losing that, then you're gonna have to be cautious of shallow pullbacks, possibly even rejecting there. 263 will be your spot though. You start reclaiming that on a daily, that could result into a lower high loading for like the weekly, the 5-day. You know, and you can even see the weekly EMA 100 right at 262. So, you know, it's like seeing that now, it doesn't give me hope that 263 is going to just quickly get reclaimed and bulls are going to have an easy long up to Tesla and we're at 300. No, I mean, honestly, we start really losing this, we could just like move up to like the 250s and then harshly reject. That's why it's going to be really crucial to watch these levels, because we're at pretty important, like we're at a pretty big inflection point on Tesla, where if we start really losing these levels today, this week, it's going to result into the end of this month and April being very bad for Tesla, which can tell us that risk on will probably be really bad. And imagine this. I mean, imagine you were someone, you follow Scotty Boy, you follow all the crypto Twitter boys, you're max long, your spot bags are up, you're so happy. You know, how could you ever lose money? And then, you know, this year rolls around, things start slowing down. It's okay though, because you know, it's just the tailwinds, bros.
It's just a dip.
Right. It's just a dip, but you buy. And then you keep buying because, well, that's worked out for you and it's always been rewarding. But now what you see is all the markets are nuking. It's totally past the point you thought it would have gone to, and you haven't sold anything. And unfortunately, you have to pay Uncle Sam next month, aka your taxes that you owe. And you were betting that you were going to go to the moon and that would be easy. But now all that money you were hoping you could pay off, the tax bill, the tax man, is gone. Like that's kind of where we're at in markets. So any little rally that you're going to get, you're going to have people saying, no, fuck this, I need to get out. So I mean, and why I even had this idea is because I saw a lot of tweets that were saying that they made a lot of money trading, they were holding, they then bought like Trump coin with their gains or went all into Bitcoin or something like that. They lost all their money and they now have to pay that tax bill on all their realized gains, which are gone. It's more common than you think in crypto. So,
Oh yeah.
you know, with tax season coming around, which will be the new narrative on, oh, this is why Bitcoin's going down. We know
100%.
but with tax season coming around, that's what everyone's going to start saying now. Everyone's going to be selling, de-risking. And we do generally kind of de-risk around this seasonal time because it makes sense. You made juicy profits last year. You're up and you want to sell. So Tesla, to me, it's going, these closings, like the 5-day, the weekly, are going to tell us if, in my opinion, we're going to be able to even get up to 263. It's going to be very dependent and start with the 5-day. The 5-day loses this estimate 200. This could be a signal that tomorrow or the next day, Tesla could either just consolidate under here. There's nothing telling us this needs to bust up, especially with the 5-day looking like this, to potentially just leading to a major ejection down to 214. Be very cautious here. Let me view the monthly trend real quick. Yeah, I'd be very cautious here because what we even see is we're very close to flipping this monthly trend down. Tesla breaks anything under $209.64. This isn't a confirmed bear market. It already is. I mean, that we're lost the monthly 9, but really to like set in stone that you need a monthly downtrend. So that would be meaning that Tesla's on a monthly downtrend. Boom, 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 boom. This was the last time. This was.
I I was gonna say it actually took until it really made a bottom to break that low, those lower on the left, those lows on the left.
This?
Yep, it took literally until it went to the bottom.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Rejected here and then just went all the way down to the meme line. What I was seeing here though is what did Tesla do last time it flipped its monthly trend? So, you know, we see here this should have been the last higher low. It wasn't. We came up, lower high. It's kind of like we're in this situation now. We're at 263s. Tesla came all the way down, broke the last higher low, came up, rallied up, made another monthly lower high. God, shorting is so easy. Shorted this, stop here, simple. And then rejected, and then that's where you got your mega lower low, big dump, big dump. That was like the bulk of the move, was essentially once that monthly trend shifted. Why am I bringing that up? Well, we're very close to shifting this monthly trend. Very close, like in quotation marks, like as close as we could be. You know, if Tesla, like I said, breaks, I thought it was, that's weird. I don't know why it's not showing it here, but $212.11. That'll confirm it to me, which is slightly concerning because technically the next target will be around 215. And you have to really wonder if we're going to just wick below that, start moving up, form some monthly lower high here, and then come down. That's all I really see on Tesla. It's not really good. We even see volatility was moving nicely on the monthly. And what we see is potentially into April, we might even break under the moving average now for since a long time. I mean, since 2023. When that occurred, we went up a little bit more and then just destruction. Boom. So not good. Not good. Tesla's very, very, very close to really not looking good on the macro, which will mean that this is in a no investment zone, no dollar cost averaging zone. You're just waiting now. If you think like that, you know, because you don't want to buy the dip of the dip that keeps dipping. You want to make sure that you buy the right dip, right? And for me, I think that logical buys would be right around that 34. I mean, as history has shown, major collapses often the opportunity is the 34 on the quarterly on Tesla. Even here with the little data of population we had on this, nice little, you know, all the way down, bear market, bottomed, generational entry, bear market, bottomed, overshot it a little bit, generational entry, bear market, potentially a bottom at 170s, 169. Please let it be 169, please. That'd be so funny. And then
140 that bottom, yeah.
And also, it still could keep with the quarterly uptrend. Even if the monthly flips, that means we easily can go all the way down to 170s. But if I'm not mistaken, yeah, I mean, we have a low, higher low, higher low, higher high, higher low, higher high is just grinding out the next higher low. So some hopium there, but that would also mean that it's a great chance that if we start really falling and losing that 215, 170s to 173 to like 169 could be next within the next 6 months, in my opinion. And then that could be a really nice spot to park some money in if you are a Tesla bull, as history has shown that it's been great. And if you are just spot investing, you know, I think you have no leverage. So if the quarterly starts losing the 34 into next close, so sell all your bags, get out of Tesla. Simple.
Yeah. A little too late for most, though.
Yeah.
I bet you a lot of people bought that 400 and something because it was going to 700 or whatever the fuck it was, according to everyone, of course. Yeah, I'll do Tesla. We have ETH and Rivian, and I think Mr. Garlic Bread's going to do ETH, and you got Rivian next.
Imagine Elon makes another one of those tweets where he says the price is too high.
That'd be great. By the way, I love that now people are like, Elon's being too quiet about Bitcoin. He needs to tweet about it. This is how you know you're in a bear market, right?
Be careful what you wish. Be careful what you wish for. That's all I'll say. Elon and Bitcoin have really not been bullish. So
Yeah.
it's
Yeah,
like
yeah.
momentarily bullish, and then he marks a major top. Kind of similar
Mhm.
to cough cough Trump. So yeah,
Oh, man. That was the easiest one to ever see.
yeah,
Because
that
he
was.
rang the bell. That was easy. That was easy. Thank you, sir. Let's get going with this shit. All righty. Tenemos aquí Tesla. Damas y caballeros, quiero que vean algo, ¿ok? Desde la parte alta, Tesla en este momento está bajo 50%. La mitad de valor, ha perdido la mitad de valor. Cuando hizo el pico, hizo su pico en diciembre y ahora está 50% abajo, literalmente solamente 3 meses después. ¿Por qué estamos llegando acá? ¿Qué está pasando con Tesla? Simplemente todo en realidad se está yendo al nabo, pero pues a diferente paso, ¿no? El SP500, quiero que vean niveles de corrección agresivos, ya cayendo potentemente. Espérenme, estábamos en, ¿qué eran? 7%, ¿dónde estamos? 8%, esto ya es una corrección bastante significante para el SP500, por ejemplo, y lo están viendo con Tesla. Y también vean los bonos. Bonos cayendo también, creando un alto más bajo y continuando cayendo. Así que, ¿qué podemos esperar de Tesla? Tesla está en una clara tendencia bajista. Yo creo que 50% del tope es algo que nadie puede, no puedes pelearte en contra de, ¿no? Quiero que vean esto. Voy a poner rápido la semanal y esto es lo que quiero en lo que se enfoquen. Nivel, nivel, media, nivel, nivel, media, nivel, nivel, y aquí debería haber una media más o menos por los 211, ¿ok? Esta en realidad debería ser una línea verde. Espérenme. Déjenme veo si nada más hago esto, me debería poner una línea verde ahí. ¿O hice eso? No, ok. Espérenme. Ahí está. Ok. Ahí ya tengo mi línea verde y pondría yo acá una deliciosa media para que la tengan justamente en esta zona. Ahí está, parejita. Vale. ¿Por qué hago esto? ¿Por qué les estoy enseñando esto? Esto en realidad debería ser otro color. Espérenme. Me va a salir igualita, la hubiera solamente cambiado. Soy un imbécil. Ok, ahí está, tal cual. Y lo único que tengo que hacer es cambiar esto, rojo, plano, line. Vale, listo. ¿Por qué estoy poniendo esto? Tesla, cada vez que pierde el SMA 200, que es el moradito, ha venido a tocar esto. Ha venido a tocar esta línea. Esta línea en estos momentos va a tener confluencia con mi línea meme en los 185, donde creo que Tesla podría encontrar su siguiente fondo. Ahora, esto no va a caer instantáneamente. Y ahora, no quiero cantar que ese es el fondo ahorita. Yo creo que mínimo es donde va a haber una gran oportunidad. ¿Y por qué no? Porque claramente estamos ante una baja de mercado mucho más grande de lo que todo el mundo está intentando entender. Y cualquier cosa puede pasar en un mercado así, ¿no? Pero mínimo Tesla ha encontrado 1, 2 y 3 veces su fondo cayendo el SMA 200 semanal justamente en esta línea meme, ¿no? Entonces, ya quedó entendido eso. Vale, vamos a empezar de lejos en la trimestral. Trimestral, bastante fácil de entender y esto es un poco lo que creo que va a pasar con XRP. Estamos por debajo del promedio del 9, olvídate del 5. Estamos en un mercado bajista en Tesla, no tienes que ser un crack para entenderlo. Más allá de eso, ven mi línea que acabamos de poner justamente acá, la media. ¿Qué es lo que tenemos ahí? Tenemos nuestro promedio del 21. ¿El promedio del 21 es tocado en este tipo de caídas? Sí, lo pueden ver acá y no solamente tocado, roto a la baja como lo hizo en esta ocasión, roto a la baja como lo hizo en esta ocasión. Y ahora podríamos estar ante él, por lo que los 213 son un siguiente nivel bastante importante donde muy probablemente vayamos a ver a Tesla caer. Ahora, ¿qué es lo que siempre ha aguantado todo? El 35, el 34. El 34 es la línea blanca y lo pueden ver y el 34 va perfectamente con la línea meme que acabamos de poner de tendencia. El 34 es la mayor oportunidad en Tesla. En este momento está en 173, pero va a continuar subiendo y va a tener confluencia con esta zona junto con la línea en diagonal meme que ya la tiene y además con esto. Por eso yo creo que Tesla va a encontrar su fondo por acá en los 180. Ahora, esto no quiere decir que no va a dar un velazo y después volver a subir y cerrar la vela aquí arriba, ¿no? O sea, eso es posible, pero mínimo el cierre va a quedar por encima de esto, es lo que yo estoy pensando. Y de nuevo, me estoy adelantando, no debería de al mercado. Mensual. Mensual vemos un poco de lo mismo. En la mensual el SMA, el EMA 100 es el que nos protege por acá y es el que nunca se pierde, que de nuevo agrega confluencia al análisis. Perdimos el promedio del 9, perdimos el 21, perdimos el 34 y vamos a dirigirnos al 55 en los 220. Voy a ponerles rápido el HPDR para que lo puedan ver y vemos dónde estamos parados justamente con Tesla. Y al final de esto les voy a enseñar cómo abrir un trade en BTCC para Tesla, que mucha gente me está preguntando ahorita en el chat de Elite Trading Academy, se los pongo. Estamos perdiendo la media está en los 242, no, está en los 246.33, ¿ok? Lo que estamos viendo que también parece que es la media es el promedio del 34, que es blanco acá. Es el que está ahí. Pero la media está acá también. La estamos perdiendo, estamos cayendo. ¿Cuál es el siguiente objetivo? Nuestro 55 y la parte baja de la zona azul en los 206. De perder la parte baja de la zona azul, muy lógicamente tu siguiente objetivo va a ser el 61.8%, que converge con mi línea meme, que va de lado, que es un poco la convergencia con el objetivo que tengo en los 180. Ahora, lo tocaríamos muy rápido y eso es lo que me preocupa, lo rápido que va esta caída. Así que vamos a poner y pelar los ojos por ahí para estar seguros de que esto no nos vaya a llevar al... Exactamente. Ok, estamos llegando al 100% en la de 2 semanas. Eso quiere decir que los 230, entre los 230 y los 195, wow, qué rangote. Debemos de hacer esto y ver dónde se mueven todas las bandas del HPDR en la próxima abierta. Esta vela de 2 semanas va a cerrar en 4 días y 4 horas y tiene probabilidades y un rango hasta 195, hasta por acá encima en los 282. Semanal ya tenemos el 9 cruzando para abajo del amarillo del 21 y la última vez que pasó eso fue justamente acá y lo que vimos fue, ¿dónde pasó? En esta vela. Una caída de 34%. 34%. ¿Dónde nos pondría una caída de 34%? No, tengo que agarrar esta vela porque acá es donde cruzó. Ok. Es más, eso le da todavía más hopium a todo el mundo. $34% me ponen 198. 198 como objetivo. Voy a ver si tengo algún cero de volatilidad. Volatilidad está expandiendo en mi semanal, en lo que estamos viendo cómo cae básicamente el precio de Tesla. Lo pueden ver por acá y continúa expandiendo con fuerza a la baja. ¿Ok? Voy a ponerles la de 5 días y ahí yo creo que es donde podemos hacer esto ya para finalizar. Igual 21 cruzando para abajo, estamos abajo del 100%, lo que nos diría que deberíamos estar consolidando, pero vean, la volatilidad todavía tiene fuerza y tiene espacio para poder continuar. No voy a dictar mi vida con el HPDR. Esto dice que va a tener todavía más tiempo y más espacio para caer. Ok, esta es la de 5 días en Tesla, lo podemos ver, estamos en 236. ¿Qué podemos hacer en Tesla si queremos hacer algo? Podrías buscar un long, un rebote en los 216, un rebote, pero es más fácil cachar cortos. ¿Dónde cacharías tu siguiente corto? Normalmente cuando pierdes el promedio del 100 lo vienes a retestear, ¿no? Aquí lo perdiste y lo vienes a retestear acá y sí subiste, pero volviste a caer después. Acá lo perdiste, trepaste, hiciste un SFP para abajo. El promedio del 100 no es tan bueno para medir esto, para ver dónde podemos rebotar. ¿Qué me dices del 200? 200, caemos, intentamos. Caemos, intentamos. Ok, el 200 es el bueno. Yo abriría un corto, probablemente en esta zona de los 243 hasta los 260, depende qué riesgo, qué apetito de riesgo tengas, o un long por aquí abajo. Y ahora, ¿a dónde me lo llevaría? Les estoy diciendo, no, personalmente no quiero hacer nada de esto. Yo solamente les quiero dar un ejemplo. Vamos a decir que voy a agarrar este rebote en los 216, ¿ok? Voy a ir a BTCC, un segundo. Share this tab instead para que lo vean. Para todos ustedes que están viendo que quieren tradear futuros con nosotros, te metes en futuros perpetuos, ¿no? Futures perpetuos. Y tienes que ver este 500X. Donde veas la zona de los 500X bien, te vas a meter aquí en la parte alta, tienes un menú y le vas a poner en Tokenize Stocks. Te metes ahí, vas a buscar Tesla. Un segundo, ¿dónde está Tesla? Aquí está. Tesla USDT. ¿Ok? Aquí tengo Tesla. ¿Qué es lo que había dicho en mi gráfico? Que iba a entrar en los 216 y dónde iba a estar mi invalidación, digamos los 212. Ok. Digamos que quiero abrir ese long. Voy a meterme acá, voy a poner cuánto de genere quiero. Solamente voy a hacer un 5X. ¿Cuánto quiero poner? Digamos, quiero poner un 25% de todo el dinero que tengo acá. No. Acá voy a poner límite. Eso quiere decir, voy a poner límite, mi orden límite para poder ponerlo bien. Voy a decir 212 y voy a ponerla 25% de la cantidad de todo mi portafolio acá. ¿Quiero poner un stop loss? Sí, como de que no. Voy a ponerlo voy a regresar a mi tabla y voy a ver exactamente dónde lo pondría con esta vela, ¿no? Aquí abajo. Y esta vela, ¿cuál es la parte baja? 212.11. 212.11. Ok. No, pues no, mi entrada está más abajo. 213 sería mi entrada, stop loss 212, ¿no? Y lo que voy a hacer es abrir un long. Confirmar. Ok, perfecto. Me va a poner cuánto es el margen, etcétera. Confirmar. Y ahora te aparece acá, orden abierta. Y una vez que el precio llega acá, la va a tomar. Si llega a bajar más de esta velita, me va a eliminar. Y vámonos. Vámonos. Así que ahí lo tienes. Es bien fácil de usar. Alrighty, boys. Who's next? Oh, one
Ethereum.
second. What a retard. I did all of the operation here without like really showing how to open it. Give me 1 second. 1 second. I'm gonna close it. Yes. Okay. Perdón, no me había dado cuenta que no hice la operación bien. Tienes que estar en live trading. Tienes hasta 20X de leverage en acciones. Yo voy a poner 5X. No me interesa más en esta operación. Voy a poner límite, ¿no? No market. Market quiere decir al precio de ahorita. Límite y voy a poner 213 porque quiero entrar en 213, que es donde estaba mi línea meme. ¿Cuánto quiero poner? Quiero poner 25% de mi portafolio ahí. Ahora, ¿voy a poner un stop loss? Sí, en 212, porque 212, esta es mi invalidación en 212, justamente por acá. Si caigo de ahí, valió madres. Vamos a poner 210 para hacerla dramática. Y voy a abrir un long, ¿ok? Y lo único que tengo que hacer ahí es, voy a ver cuánto voy a perder si estoy mal, $12. Por lo que, si soy un degenerado como lo soy, voy a decir, pues tal vez me pueda rifar con un 15X. Vamos a ver cuánto perdería si se llega a dar esa situación. No se ajustó, tengo que reajustarlo, pero digamos que lo voy a tomar y vámonos, voy a abrir un long. Abrir long, confirmar la orden, va a aparecer por acá y si lo quiero cancelar, simplemente lo cierro acá. Y ya, te aparece acá en posiciones, órdenes. Y en órdenes van a estar todas las que vayan a tomar. Me gustan más órdenes límites que entrar al mercado de putazos. Son más baratas las órdenes y también al mismo tiempo, ¿cómo se llama? Voy a cancelarla, no me interesa tradear esto.
Do this.
Either way, that was it. Sorry. Who's next?
I think
Alrighty. Let me switch. It says Tesla to win. Very interesting. Is that a Cybertruck?
They're giving away a Cybertruck.
Yeah, that's right. Keep using BTCC. You might win a Cybertruck, but use our
That's
link.
right.
Who knows?
Who knows, boys? Okay.
On
And I'm
Ethereum,
sorry, we're looking at ETH. Okay.
yeah, Ethereum looks a lot worse than Bitcoin does. Ethereum didn't
ETH,
even.
hang on. Can we all make a proposal and talk to Vitalik and see if he's down to call ETH, change the name to Queef at this
And then we
point?
can send it up.
Yeah. Like
probably
anything will
go up.
work better.
Yeah.
To be honest, that probably would go to new all-time highs if they changed that name.
ETH to Queef would be insane. I
Because
think
now
someone needs to
Ethereum,
do a Queef coin.
the name Ethereum lines up with going nowhere. Because this should just the monthly, and say the price is at right now $2,000. Let's say you bought it all the way back here in 2021. You're still at the same price you were back then. So you held it for the past 4 years, almost 4 years, and you have the same amount of money that you did 4 years ago.
Wow.
It went nowhere. Like it's easier to see in a line chart.
Altcoin things.
Let's make everything disappear. It's really
Boom.
just straight line, same exact place it was 4 years ago.
Man, what a bummer to be an ETH holder. I mean, community member.
And there's a lot of people who went all in on ETH this cycle, thinking that it was going to have higher ROI than Bitcoin.
Oh yeah, a lot of people did that.
I thought I didn't put my money on it, but I thought he was going to have an unexpected boom, and I guess he didn't. So I was wrong there.
No, because Vitalik didn't want to show anybody he's a massive schlong again, so it's all on him. And what's funny is that 100% hit rate is whenever the Ethereum Foundation sells, it's local top.
Wow.
And they know. On the quarterly,
enough.
we are right at this 21 EMA, which is at $2,000, very significant level. It doesn't look like it's going to continue to hold though, because we usually go below it before the monthly end, and that would take us towards the 38.2%. And 38.2% right now is sitting at $1,880. That's really like to get that significant bounce from. And how much lower is that from where we are right now, percentage wise? Maybe 5% lower than where we are right now. So we would expect a significant bounce of that 38.2%. Because every time we get to that 38.2%, we get a nice bounce, and then the next candle will be open below it. So like this one right here, it doesn't look like that much, probably isn't that much, but actually it's 21% bounce from that 38.2%. Very interesting. What we're looking for is at the very least, like no matter whether it's bearish or bullish, we should see a bounce at that 38.2% area right here. And if you were to switch towards the momentum, on the quarterly, momentum is dropping down below the moving average while volatility is expanding. The last time we had this setup was right over here, and price was at about $3,892, and it went from there to 75% to the downside towards $880. That was pretty significant. So if you were to just for giggles, shits and giggles, would drop down right there, drop 75% from there. It's about $1,000. Wasn't that your bottom target, $1,000?
Yeah, mine was $1,000. I think yeah, at least mine is $1,000. I can speak for myself.
That lines up with your bias very well. I think mine might also be $1,000 now. That's very interesting. 75%.
Look at our biases. It's like when women get together and their periods synced up, like our biases when you're trading with others. They sync
Who
up.
would have thought? Not me. That's one of my favorite memes of all time.
Yeah.
Who would have thought? Not me.
Not me.
Oh god. Oh man, that fucking hurt. On the monthly, we were getting momentum trying to shift back up with volatility. I mean, volatility going down. It's not really the most bullish right now because we're still within the bearish control zone. We're still below the moving average, and we're not really getting much of a bounce. We got a bounce towards the top 30, bottom 38.2%, but it was just a straight rejection of it and continuation to the downside. And we've lost the 55 EMA now, which we got to bounce off of before. That makes it very, very likely we're going to come down to the 61.8%, which is around 1733, very close to that 1880 number. Very, very likely somewhere between that 1700 number and 1880 number, you're going to get a pretty serious bounce. And that bounce could take us possibly all the way up to $2,000. Very likely going to be a rejection, and you're probably going to go somewhere around 1,500 at that point, which is going to be another significant bounce. And then from there, you probably go to $1,000. 2 week is getting momentum shifting solidly down within the bearish control zone. Volatility shifting up from 0%. And the jewels giving you another sell signal. While we are dropping not only below 38.2%, but below the 88.3%. This type of setup probably going to go somewhere around that $1,800, $1,700 area. Get a little bit of a bounce, and then 1,500 from there. Weekly is also shifting back down within the bearish control zone on momentum. Volatility is still expanding, and now you're getting hell of a jewel sell signal, with the pink dropping below the yellow and the dark blue dropping below everything else within the bearish control zone. Let's see if we can mark with a vertical line every time that's up. Right here. I mean, that happens a lot on Ethereum. It's still a piece of shit coin.
I don't know why that was really funny.
It's a dog shit coin.
It really is. I think the utility of the coin is to buy expensive bags for Vitalik.
Probably. This one was
That's
a
the
failure.
utility.
This one was 38.9% to the downside, a little bit of a bounce. You were still up 12%, and then it eventually bounced. It fell another 78%. 78%. This one was kind of a failure. It dumped about 16.5%. So not really a failure. Still went down double digits. This one, arguable failure. This went down 9% before going up. This one, you can consider it a failure, even though price did go down because it bounced up by around 27%. So anybody with decent risk management would have gotten out at that point. And as of right now, how much have we done? Close about 29.57%. So we have gone past the lower amount number, but the higher range somewhere around that 50% got a bounce, and then went down 70%. 50% would be about $1,300, $1,300 to $1,400, and then 70%. I would put us at $823. That'd be a lower low than our current all-time low. And we did make to be honest, to play devil's advocate, we did make a lower high in this cycle. We didn't make a higher high. So are we about to make a lower low and shift Ethereum into a monthly downtrend?
Perhaps.
We already did have XRP for a short amount of time overtake Ethereum in fully diluted value. Is XRP really about to long-term take over Ethereum? Perhaps. And now we're getting a fresh silver cross to the downside on the weekly on Ethereum. The last time we had a silver cross to the downside on the weekly, come on. That was in May of 2022 before the Luna dump. Huh. How much should be dumped from that silver cross? Silver cross confirmed right there. Which candle was that? That was after this one. We immediately dumped 60% from there. Let's take 60% down from where that silver cross happened. Confirmed after this candle. It's about $800. That would definitely be a lower low. 5-day, we also have that silver cross to the downside, and we've lost the 200 SMA. It's kind of looking like a fresh breakdown towards somewhere around that $1,750 zone. A little bit of a bounce there and probably lower.
Gotta say, ETH BTC doesn't look as bad.
Yeah, shift to that next. Right
in
now on the
comparison.
right now on the 2-day, we are getting a little bit of a bounce. Not really a bounce, but I mean momentum shifting back up. It is getting over the moving average while volatility is shifting down. We're getting to a little bit of an extreme area on the HPDR. So if we do go lower to somewhere around that $1,800 zone, it is going to be a high probability for a bounce in that area, especially with momentum shifting up and volatility shifting down. And you're getting to such extreme areas in HBR, it lines up with the quarterly 38.2% that you'd very likely get a pretty nice bounce somewhere in that $1,800 zone. Daily is also now trying to shift up on momentum, still in the bearish control zone, still below the moving average. Volatility is now shifting back down. What we want to do is we want to get a bigger bounce from here and not go to the 1,800 zone, is to get above 2,060. Unless you can get above 2,060, it's probably going to go to 1,800 first and then get that bounce. Four hours now getting all the way to the 21 EMA, rejecting it and freshly losing 38.2%. With momentum trying to shift back up now, once again over the moving average, volatility is shifting down. As of this moment, though, with how it looks like it's probable that we're probably going to go somewhere around 1,800 before flipping back up, and that invalidation was in 2060 to get over that, and then we probably don't go to 1,800 first. We probably bounce first and then go lower. Oh fuck, that hurts. Ooh, yeah, it's silver cross to the downside on a monthly. We are at right around the 78.6% on ETH BTC. It doesn't make a lot of sense to bounce in this zone, getting to pretty extreme areas. If you were to lose this zone, that's where it starts to get really, really scary. But this is an area where you should expect to see a bounce, and that bounce could take you all the way up to this 5 EMA, which that is a pretty significant move. It's like almost 21% to the 5 EMA. And that doesn't necessarily mean ETH USD is going to go up. It just means ETH USD is going to go down less than Bitcoin USD is.
Mm-hmm.
Momentum is trying to shift back up when the monthly is getting close to the moving average, still within the bearish control zone. Lines up with the idea of getting a bounce somewhere from the 78.6%. 2-week is now starting to shift back down on momentum with volatility shifting up. The jewel is starting to give the first starting to the God mode buy signal, but it has not given you the buy signal just yet. Still on a sell signal. Once that shifts to a buy signal, that's where you should see a pretty sizable bounce, and that does line up with bouncing somewhere from here. On the weekly, we're starting to get momentum above the moving average, with volatility starting to come down. Strong probability of a bounce from this zone. 5 days as well. Now 5 days getting out of the bearish control zone with volatility contracting the entire time, and we're getting that signals of a God mode buy signal in the background. But at the same time, you're getting one of the most epic sell signals you will ever get, with the pink crossing below the yellow, dark blue below everything else, and they're this close to each other. It's just not going to be as powerful as it would be if it was higher up, because it did it within the bearish control zone. Let's see how much it drops each time. You're going to find a lot of these examples because it's a dark shit. And the more examples you have, the less of an impact it's going to make every time it fires off.
Less powerful. The more you say the word fuck, the less of an impact it has on what you're saying. So, yeah.
Everybody should say fuck.
Told me that. Yeah, exactly. Which, by the way, yes, that's the solution to everything, but no one's ever really thought about that.
Nope. My girlfriend's one of those goody good girls who doesn't curse at all.
Oh, I get into mega fights with people like that all the time because I just talk the way I'm sorry. Whoever brings those girls over, I had one. I was with one of my best friends sitting at a
Well, she
bar in
doesn't.
Mexico
She doesn't
City.
mind if other people curse. She doesn't curse herself.
That's good. And listen, that's your prerogative, and that's perfectly fine. And I agree with that. It's just like, for example, I met this girl that my friend was going out with. He went to take a shower, like in the house when she showed up, and he goes, "Can you deal with her?" I was like, "Sure." I don't know who she is, but whatever. So I opened the door. I'm like, "Hey, I'm Alejandro. Welcome. Whatever. Sit down." I sat her on the dining room, and the first thing she says as she sits down, she goes, "I just need you to know one thing about me." And I was like, "Oh my God, she's going to tell me something I'm not interested in." And she goes, "I am a very strong and independent woman." That's literally what she told me. I was like, wait, I was like, okay. So whatever. I just kept talking, like, just watch out. This is fucking nuts. Went to dinner. We're at dinner. I'm sitting right across from my boy, and he's sitting next to her. So she's across from me. And I'm cursing. I'm just talking, just the way I am right now. And she just gets fed up and goes, "All right, that's it. Are you going to continue to talk like this?" And she turns around, looks at my friend, and goes, "Are you going to let him continue to talk like that in front of me?" And I go,
What?
"What's the problem?" She goes, "You curse like a truck driver. There's no need, blah, 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 blah." And she goes on a rant. And after she's done with the rant, I go, "Well, I don't know how to say this, but I just don't give a single fuck about what you just said." And everyone laughed. Dude, she stood up and left, and my boy's like, "What are you doing?" And I'm like, "What do you want me to do? I don't know. Dude."
That's so based.
She left. Never again I saw her.
That's fucking weird.
That's the impact
She
I have on
just-
women.
Yeah, she doesn't feel comfortable saying the words, but she'll have me say it in front of her friends, be like, "Say that in Spanish again."
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Because us Mexicans, we love seeing other people cursing our language. Same thing with Arabs.
Oh yeah, the Arabs would be like, say this," and then they'll also
The
giggling.
Sarmuto, Acrud, blah, blah, blah. Yeah.
So we have had a lot of these signals on ETH on the Jewel. This time we had it right here. We had an initial dump of 20%, a little bit of a bounce. You were still up when it bounced. Then it dumped around 40%.
Mm.
This one was arguably a failure because it did bounce before it went down. It bounced how much? Bounced about 15% before it ended up dropping 30%. This one, not very much to the downside, but 9%. This one was a lot bigger. Down around 30% before bouncing, still up. Then down around 49%. As at this moment, how much are we down from this current one? About 11.6%. So it fits that minimum one we saw, but doesn't fit anywhere near the other ones. If you were to take somewhere around 30%, 30% brings us to just below 0.02, which is very, very, very significant area for ETH because once you start losing those areas, that's where the real breakdown is probably going to happen. It's probably very likely going to make another lower low. That's just following the trend. It's in a long-term downtrend, solid downtrend. Today is kind of getting a bounce, lines up with momentum shifting back up, volatility shifting down. This bounce is not really going to be anything significant at all, though, as long as you're closing below this 38.2% and this 90 EMA. So that would be about 0.026. If you can get over that number, then you can see a more significant bounce. But as of this moment, it just looks like it's going to put in lower high somewhere around here before it ends up going lower, especially since you're just rejecting this 9 EMA. Daily is shifting back up on momentum, just pointing to the upside, but volatility is still shifting to the downside. There is a little bit of hopium because the jewel is flipping around within the bearish control zone, giving the buy signal. Pink has crossed below the yellow, so that is a little takes away from the hopium. But if you can close over this top 38.2% at 0.03, that will flip volatility to the upside, supporting the momentum, and then that jewel signal should play out. Let me mark with the vertical line whenever we got a jewel buy signal within the bearish control zone. And this thing likes to go into the bearish control zone a lot. What a piece of shit coin. This one actually went up. Interesting. Went up 4.69%. This one went down initially around 1.8%, went up about 1.2%, then went down about 12%. This one went up 7.5% before going down 16.7. This thing likes to play out traps. This one was a failure. This one was kind of a trap because it bounced beforehand. Bounced about 5.48% before dumping 34%. This one was, can't see what number that is, 30%. And the current one, only really down 2.5%. Not really much at all. If we take the 7% number, that's about 0.0023. And then on the higher end, on 30%, that brings us to that breakdown zone of around just below 0.02, at 0.018 area. Where if you start to lose that area, it's going to get ugly real fast. Probably going towards the 100% at close to 0.01. Switch to, sorry. Ding.
Bitcoin. It needs to get,
Bitcoin.
it needs to get Donald Trump to say Bitcoin. He has no idea what a Bitcoin is, by the way.
Oh, definitely not. He's just being told what to sign, and he's like, he just signs it.
So it's digital gold. I know that because I made a lot of money in cryptocurrencies.
On the monthly, Bitcoin has 1 drive of bearish divergence. Ethereum has 3.
Damn.
And we're getting volatility expansion from quite low levels, from about 15% to 16%. We are now at 20.87% on volatility after this pretty massive dump, meaning we can dump a lot more with this volatility setup. And our next target off of that bearish divergence is going to be the bearish control zone, which right now sits at about, okay, this is probably going to change because this is a little unreasonable. It's at $140.
Can you imagine what would happen?
One Solana equals 1 Ethereum.
I mean, at some point, yes, but 120. How about 120?
120 for
that's a salami.
Ethereum?
No, but it's basically for both. I mean, at 140 and 120, if they're both around the same price, I think Ethereum will never recover.
No, probably not. It'll be over at that point.
Yeah.
Vitalik is going to have to sell his Birkins.
He's like, I'm going to have to sell my purses to fund the business? No. No.
2 week also has 3 drives of bearish divergence. And it looks like it's freshly breaking down because it's taking all of these lows. The next target of that divergence is going to be the bearish control zone, which is probably going to be a pretty unreasonable number right now. It sits, not even that much, sitting at $794. Weekly is putting in possible hidden bullish divergence. Nope, never mind. Because the only higher low will be from here, and that's a little far back. That doesn't even have possible hidden bullish divergence on the weekly that Bitcoin does. My condolences to anyone who put their net worth in Vitalik's hands.
Yeah, what a great choice. Fucking learn some. I know,
Oh,
by the way, and I know next cycle Ethereum is going to overperform, and then people will clip me because 3 years need to go by so people can use the clip. So enjoy it. Clip me right now.
it's Ethereum getting people all used to not doing anything, and then the next time it just explodes.
Yeah.
Like the XRP last cycle.
Yeah, I think that's what Ethereum is most likely going to do. And then that would prove, which by the way, we need to wait another 3 years, 4 years, whatever it is, that some altcoins have an actual 8-year cycle, not a 4-year cycle.
Yeah, and the 2028 cycles where Ethereum probably goes to $10,000.
Yeah.
On the 4-hour, we're getting a fresh drive of hidden bearish divergence off of this lower high. Not looking good. And it's going to be active as long as we're closing below $2,147. The continuation on the divergence is going to be any tick below 1985. You go below there, you're probably going to go towards the critical zone, which right now the critical zone sits at about $1,569. Very nice number. Ding.
Super powerful.
That was a powerful one.
That was a powerful one.
Monthly is getting a volatility set up with volatility expanding above the moving average, and momentum is pointed down as long as you're below $2,829 or $2,830. And nope, no possibility of bearish divergence because you didn't make a higher high. 5 days also getting 2 week is also getting a volatility expansion with getting above the moving average with momentum flipping down, rejecting the critical zone, and it's going to be down as long as you're below $3,500. That's quite a ways away. That's almost 2x of what price is right now. Weekly is also flipped down with volatility expansion with a derp of death, and it's going to be pointed down as long as you're below 25.55. 5-day volatility expansion, momentum pointed down, breaking into the critical zone, and it's going to be down as long as you're below 24.94. 2-day is also getting volatility expansion, getting a little extreme though, getting to around 96%. Does very likely put in some type of temporary local bottom very close, and momentum is going to be pointed down as long as we're below 21.04. Daily is now contracting on volatility with momentum still pointed to the downside, and we're going to be pointing down as long as we're below 21.32. If we get a tick below 1990 though, or let's say 1985, just to be safe based on the other time frame, that's when we start to get this volatility expansion once again to give us a double extreme, and that's where we probably put in our local bottom, and that could be somewhere around $1,800 to $1,700. 4 hours now getting volatility expansion. Momentum is just on the edge of being able to flip back up. If it can close over 2021, it will flip back up. That's about $6 away from where we are right now. Then it will get that volatility expansion to the upside. But as of this moment, it doesn't look like that's going to happen. Looks like we're probably going to dump towards somewhere around $1,800 and then get that momentum flipping back up. The invalidation of that is going to be to get above 2,135. If you can get above that, preferably close above there, then you probably get that momentum flipping back up. And that would take us to somewhere around that $2,190 to $2,200 zone. Based off the trend, though, very likely another lower high and then down from there. A little bit lower. And the 2 hours now also getting volatility contraction. Momentum is now shifting back down, solidifying this is our current lower high. And it is rejecting the bullish control zone, and it's pointing down as long as you're below 2,051. So that makes it less likely that the 4 hour is going to flip back up. Yeah, so basically now on Ethereum, every single time frame lines up with flipping to the downside. The only it's not really even hopium to say that there's no bearish divergence because the downside of that is that it never made a higher high. So now it's in the zone where it can start to make a long-term downtrend. But usually follows a lower high as a lower low. And that kind of makes that $800 area, that $800 low, very questionable. And we do have an RSI target of below it. It's somewhere around $795. So does that RSI number change, or do we actually put in a lower low? Who knows? And we have monthly volatility expanding with momentum to the downside. 2 weeks is pointing to the downside. Every single time frame is pointing to the downside, except for the 4 hour, which is giving you possibility of switching to the upside. and you have in the next, I believe 3.5 hours it closes. You got to close over 2021. If you can close over there, then likely you can get a little bit of a bounce before you continue down, and that could be anywhere up to like 2,190 to like 2,200. Very likely that would be a lower high, and you continue down from there. As of right now, though, it's what seems to me is what's going to happen. It's not that, but more likely to dump towards somewhere around 1,800, and then from there we bounce up to around 2,000, maybe 2,100, and then from there I'd expect around 1,500. But it's looking quite terrible, and it's looking a lot worse than Bitcoin is.
Damn, Ethereum. I don't know what you did to Farhan, but fuck you.
Yeah, fuck Ethereum specifically.
Thank you so much, bud. So Alex is doing Rivian next. 1 second. XRP Rivian. ETH. Was it Sol? No. Oh, MicroStrategy, or should I say strategy?
MicroStrategy.
But by the way,
Michael Saylor. Hey guys, I'm trying to get other people to buy Bitcoin, so I'm putting out shares.
why can't those people just buy Bitcoin?
Can we get
Instead of-
Mr. RFK in honor of what I just cracked open?
What did you open?
A Coke Zero.
Hang on. I just need to get it right. And then what are you doing? You think you can get all of these people to drink the Coca-Cola like you're drinking it? I'm gonna call Mr. Scott Melker and have you learn crypto with him. Okay? If you continue to drink your Coca-Cola. God damn.
Wow.
He sounded really mad.
That is passionate.
RFK is going to send Scott Milker to all of your mothers.
That's fucking awesome. All right. Oh, thank you for that. Vamos a ver Ethereum rápidamente. Ethereum, la decepción del planeta, ¿no? Y Vitalik ahora se va a tener que comprar nuevas bolsitas a ver con qué dinero, porque Ethereum nada más no tiene ganas de continuar subiendo, tiene cara de continuar cayendo. Esperemos que no sea el caso, vamos a ver. Pero por ahora vamos a empezar rápidamente en altas temporalidades como la de 3 meses. Podemos ver, Ethereum ha estado jugando el juego estúpido de tengo este alto, pero nunca hice un alto más alto, pero tampoco hice un bajo más bajo. Aunque está rompiendo absolutamente toda esta consolidación acá, llevándote todos los mínimos y ahora estás cayendo por debajo de ello. Algo que vale la pena decir es, en esta perspectiva trimestral, Ethereum normalmente o casi nunca cae del promedio del 21. Y si cae es relativamente bajo el número, debajo del 21. Acá, 33%. Vamos a aplicar eso en este momento, de donde está el promedio del 21 en los 2,223. Ok, y déjame pinto perfectamente con esta línea de tendencia que no sé qué hice. Y además se me olvidó también el número de acá. Así que perfecto, voy a empezar una vez más. 30 vamos a decir 30%. 30% que cayó del promedio del 21. Ok, 30% te pone en 1,422. 1,422. Y eso te pone justamente donde está el promedio del 34, que es bastante interesante. Y ahí es donde Ethereum podría encontrar su fondo. Pero por ahora estamos cayendo. Estamos por debajo del promedio del 9 en la trimestral, que nos pone en territorio de no es un mercado alcista, y estamos perdiendo justamente en este momento nuestro promedio del 21, lo que nos pone todavía en una peor situación. Volatilidad está contrayendo, no nos da ningún setup de absolutamente nada. Vámonos a la mensual. En la mensual estamos viendo que la volatilidad está expandiendo. ¡Wow! Ante esta caída. Esa expansión de volatilidad nos podría dar un movimiento al EMA 100. ¡Wow! Que está en los 1,470, que coincide con... Me pregunto si Ethereum va a hacer fondo acá, en los 1,400. Sería un área bastante interesante para encontrar un fondo en Ethereum. Vamos a continuar esto de todas maneras, como sea. Para adelante. Y Ya, pues la volatilidad nos está dando este setup. En la mensual pueden ver cómo hemos roto básicamente todos estos mínimos y estamos creando un mínimo más bajo. Nuestro siguiente objetivo sería por ahí de los 1500, que nos pone muy cerca de nuestro promedio del 100, que es justamente en esta zona de los 1500, 1470. Ah, interesante. Vamos a poner el HPDR rápido para ver qué es lo que nos dice. Podría tranquilamente, pero tranquilamente, ni siquiera tendría que hacer un esfuerzo grande. Ok, 2 semanas. 2 semanas tenemos el 9 cruzando por debajo del 21. Uf. Pero pueden ver que justamente el 97.5% está donde mi línea meme y donde está el SMA 200, que es justamente esta zona, una vez más, 1480, 1530. Una vez más, interesante que se esté dando justamente ese precio. Ok, vamos a la semanal. Además, también en la semanal tienes un setup de volatilidad que está empujando el precio a la baja. Es en la de 2 semanas. Vamos a la semanal. Semanal estamos haciendo un bearish retest, un retesteo bajista a esta línea meme y también a esta línea meme, a las dos donde hay confluencia y también esencialmente al 78.6%. Ok, cayendo por acá entre el 95 y el 97 tenemos nuestra línea meme, la que nos podría llevar absolutamente ahí sin ningún problema. Pero podría ser interesante que vengamos a retestear los 2468 en el SMA 200, aunque este retesteo de por acá puede ser el retesteo antes de dar continuación a la caída. Vamos a poner un ojo bastante bien de cerca. Vamos a la diaria. La diaria intentamos tomar el 9 porque tenemos un cruce plateado a la baja y nos rechazó, además de que nos rechazó justamente también la media, la línea meme justamente acá. Eso nos mandó por debajo de la zona azul y ahora estamos cayendo. Tenemos 7 horas para poder cerrar por encima de 2024 y de no hacerlo vamos a dar continuación a probablemente el siguiente objetivo en los 1800, que sería bastante malo para toda la gente holdeando Ethereum. Vamos a ponerle un moñito a este análisis y ver qué exactamente. Ethereum puede que ya por donde está sea la moneda que menos vaya a bajar de todas, relativamente hablando. ¿Qué tan abajo estamos del máximo no histórico del local? Estamos 50% abajo en Ethereum. Eso es bastante brutal. Vamos a ver en el ciclo pasado dónde se cocinó esto que ya nunca regresó. Voy a ver cómo está un trade que acabo de abrir por payaso. 2 trades que acabo de abrir por payaso. Ah, perfecto. Perdiendo todo mi dinero. Perfecto. Un segundo. De alto histórico donde estamos ahorita, Ethereum ha caído un 58%. Sí, básicamente una vez que Ethereum perdió esta zona, entró en su mercado bajista y su mercado bajista tocó fondo en los $900, ¿se acuerdan? Puede que este mercado bajista simplemente caiga en esta zona en vez de la pasada, o tal vez muy parecido por donde esté, porque de por sí ha estado haciendo mínimos más altos todo este tiempo y podría continuar haciendo esa gatada. Zonas a romper a la alza. ¿Quieres romper los 2100? Una vez que rompas los 2100, podemos platicar de ir a buscar los 2462, que es el SMA 200, pero de no poder siquiera cerrar por encima de los 2200, de los 2120, eso te va a decir que va a haber más movimientos para abajo. Interesante acá entrar en un long porque puedes cortarlo con una invalidación bastante sencilla, pero ese sería apostar porque estás en una tendencia bajista y tiene cara de querer continuar. Lo pueden ver ahí, instantáneamente empujó a la baja. Puedes entrar ahora y poner tu stop loss literalmente acá en 1890, pero estarías apostando como un degenerado. En fin, eso es Ethereum. Vámonos a Rivian. Voy a poner mi... All right. Oh, God fucking damn it. There it is. All you, sir. And you're muted.
He's pulling a me.
Yeah.
Oh, my bad. Jeez, I just
There
totally
you
switched that. I thought it was far on. Jeez, my God. Anyways, all right, let's check out Rivian. So we've been really talking and holding this channel for a while now. I mean, solid bounces have came from this point. This one being, the most recent example, and it was also the most easiest and obvious. You know, whenever you get like this diagonal with also like a meme line like the red, and you see how they're kind of crossing each other, you should expect big bounces there, generally speaking. And if you lose it, big dumps just makes sense. You know, had that structure, went up. But just like how Rivian always likes to do, these squeezes often just revert back to going down. So now we are holding the bottom of the support of the channel at $10.80. But the issue here is we have a daily silver cross. Today we rallied up and it's already rejecting. You know, we want to really see how today closes, because I don't think that we're going to reclaim the daily 9. That would be a good sign to at least make an argument for a move back up to $12.20. But if we could maybe have this daily closure above this wick high, that could be a good sign for another move up to the daily 9. You can see here, if you just draw a line, very simple. If we can close above that high, I would say that's okay. This is a good daily candle. And then we can actually get another shot at testing the daily 9. Support holds, maybe we can, you know, test the top of resistance. This $12.20, 30 cents is a big zone, and we've often talked about that zone for a while. Big moves occur when we lose it, just each and every time, and when we reclaim it, often big moves occur to the upside. It's a very big spot, you know, $12.30, because if you lose this and reject it, which currently we are, we lost it, rallied up, put in the bearish retest, and now we're getting follow through. This isn't a solid downtrend. So you have to have really the bias that this is going to break down to just break down. I mean, that's simply it. But I mean, we have to just take it step by step. And that's why we're going to watch today's close, because, you know, if this ends up going red and we start losing $10.80, yeah, that'll be your sign that, you know, this is probably the next major lower high on the daily, and you can be gearing up to be looking at, you know, $10 to $10.06 on Rivian. Fairly fast, in my opinion. You see here, expanded. Some hopium is that daily volatility is starting to reset. You know, maybe that can keep the bull hopium alive, and we can get some kind of bounce closer to that $12.30. You can see we're under the moving average now. BBWP is solidly churned down, so it's resetting. Confluence of that $12.30 idea is the 5-day. You just see the cluster of moving averages. Curious to see where the median is. Oh, median's even right around that zone. So you can see on the 5-day, this is very strong resistance. So that can tell you that, yeah, any rallies up to this point need to be looked at as a short opportunity until proven otherwise. And again, proven otherwise means like we start closing solidly above $12.30. That will inherently shift all these down, and then maybe price can be above that or open above it, or even reclaim it. I like the 5-day posturing though, in the view of it. I mean, we're holding the bottom of the 38.2%. It's also the bottom of our meme line diagonal. It's a very crucial spot here to hold for bulls. If we don't, you're really going to run the risk of this breaking down. Again, breakdown target is the 61.8%, right around $10.20. You lose that, you're going to aggressively dump to $8.30. You see that's at the 88.3%. So should be gauging some reaction. But remember, I'm still on the camp that we're going to see $6 eventually. And then at that point, that's going to, I hope, be a nice bottom. You can see 5-day volatility is freshly churning up. We haven't had we actually have never had a 5-day setup in the history of Rivian. So volatility is at the lowest point, and it's breaking above the moving average, and it's giving us a setup, and it's just on the brink right now. So how can we interpret this? Well, this 5 days closing, so volatility is going to confirm expansion this close. Yeah, it's a little difficult. I mean, honestly, this is about to confirm a BBWP setup. If we get to $12.36, you need to look at that as a major opportunity, or even potentially maybe a wick up to $12.99. It's very in Rivian's thing to do those bullshit moves where it moves up very hard, and then just collapses. This will be a major opportunity if we can get it. $12.36 to like $13. But in all honesty, I really don't know if it's going to even get a move up to that point just based on how volatility is. This is really prime to make a move. And when you see that this is in this posturing of the diagonal, 38.2% already tested, you do have to wonder if the 38.2% is about to shift up. We're about to open below it. And then that move up is going to just be the rally that puts in the bearish retest or just rejects us to a breakdown. Because remember, if we start moving up, BBWP expanding here, this could mean that this could shift in bull's favor. That's why I'm hesitant now to even say we want to get a move up to $12.36 because it's closing today. If let's say the 5-day was closing in 2-3 days, yeah, then I'd feel more confident. But this is literally about to confirm. So unless, let's say, Rivian can make a green dildo before close and reset or move volatility under 15% again before the close, I'm going to be looking at this as a confirmation. And the only other time we've had volatility anywhere somewhat around these levels was around here. As soon as we started to break out, you can just see the immediate effects of that. Oh, wait, not that, right here. And that costs, oh, wow, that caused us to go down 99%. Yikes.
Just a minor 99%?
Yeah, so,
tranquilo.
I mean, it's cooked. It's cooked. It's cooked, boys. No, but that gives me confidence of the $6 idea then. You just even see the medians right there. I'm just like, what? Why am I saying 6? What did I see before? I think it was based on the higher time frames. 2-month medians right there. Not too, well, not the most far away from the 38.2%. So maybe we collapse, form a wick, break the 38.2%, find a bottom at the median for that generational buy opportunity for Rivian. I'll get clipped for saying that, I know. You can even see here around this zone, bottom of 38.2% at $7. So again, maybe we just like wick below, hit $6.70, $7, and then verse up or go up. I mean, that bounce though, I think can be an easy move up to just like $8 could print 23%. I already looked at the 2 months. And then monthly gives you confluence of this idea. You know, it's like $10 is the spot. You start losing $10, you're going to collapse. Per the HPDR, if you lose this median here, you're going to get a measured move to $7.30. That's your confirmation. So, I mean, this month's going to be very important, but that doesn't mean that Rivian can't bounce from here. We've seen bounces from the median. Right here, I mean, reclaim, tested it, bounce. Here, not really, though. So that's kind of like why, you know, you have to, I'm still even like cautious because, you know, we went down, we didn't close below it, I don't believe. Yeah, we didn't close below it, but still, we didn't get that nice, you know, median monthly bounce that we'd expect. Maybe we did, and that's why we went up to here. I don't remember. But regardless, it just closed literally on the median. So, I mean, we potentially could be front running this now on this bottom, but I don't know. This is just giving me confidence that $10 is the spot. That's all I'm engaging with. That is, I wouldn't be itching to long the median. I'd be itching to short if we lose the median because that's going to give you that confirmation of that $6 to $7 just based on the HPDR. You would also get an easy short because, you know, you have the meme line. So it's like, oh, we just lost this. Oh, we're retesting. Boom. Can just be like that simple. But it'll just take time. So that makes me feel more confident of that idea. It's like, as Farn says, I'm biasing all over the screen. It's fitting it. Quite nice. Yikes. Weekly, a nice rally up to that median. I mean, this is it now. We got it. We got the test of the median. Last occurrence of that led to a major nuke. Per this setup here, rejection of the median takes you to $10. And with what I just showed on the monthly, wouldn't be good. So, I mean, you're going to really hope and pray. It seems to me like once this breaks down, this diagonal, because it is technically and statistically going to break down just based on what I've seen so far. Once it does break down, it seems like that should give you the easy move down to $10. That's still like a 10% move, so nothing to shy about. And then ideally, we see some reaction there. That reaction either could mean capitulation based on the 5-day, get to reaction based on like the monthly and the weekly. That could take us all the way up. We put in the bearish retest and then nope. So it's going to be tricky, but essentially my bias is short. And I think if you get any rallies into this, you should look to short. Be very cautious of shorting here. This is more aggressive, and look at $12.38 as more of an opportunity. You're also seeing weekly volatility is now expanding, similar to the 5-day, with the lowest read ever recorded in Rivian's history. And the last similar occurrence was here. I'm unsure if I looked at that, if it was based on the 5-day. And then the other occurrence was right around here. So I looked at this one. That was that 99% move. And then here, let's see. 79% move. So, I mean, no matter how you're looking at it, the higher time frames are giving you massive setups, volatility is confirming it, and we're just on the verge now. I think Rivian could give us an easy short. For me, I'm going to be stingy here. I'm not going to really be playing this until I get that weekly breakdown, and then into the week I can play this bearish retest. But if it does it on a daily, anything like that, I'm not going to play it because of just how Rivian likes to trap shorts and bulls. For now, I'm going to be gauging $12.38, possibly a move up to $13 as a major short opportunity. And I will be prepping that for the Academy. So, because I do think that, Rivian is gearing up for a major capitulation. I do think everything is priming. We should not discredit the 5 days and the week there at the lowest reads ever, volatility. And yeah, but I don't think it's, and I could eat my words here, but I just don't know if it's going to be just we capitulate to $10 from here. We've had 3 weeks of straight down. Granted, the weekly is rejecting the median now. So I could be wrong on that, but I'm still going to hold out hope that let's test that weekly 9, daily silver cross, which would mean that, okay, the 9 has solidly rejected us. Fine. Let's get above that and just test the 21 and reject top of the 38.2% on the daily. So yeah, that's all I see on Rivian. I think that shouldn't really be long bias here, and I'll change that. Right, it's the same criteria as what I always say with Rivian, just like here. I don't even know how long we've been looking at Rivian, but just what I've always said. I'll be wrong if we start reclaiming $12.30. Start reclaiming $12.30, you'll get a move up to the daily SMA 200. Most likely rejects the first time. Can then form a higher low, because if we get up to that, we're breaking each of the lower highs. And then at that point, $12.30 reclaim the SMA 200 would give you a move up to $13.60. So $12.30 is going to be very important for Rivian.
Yes, indeed, sir. Thank you so much for that. And
nice. And NVIDIA hits the Academy TP2, by the way, from
nice.
Very $135 short.
That's really good. Yeah, that's really fucking good. Just like the Bitcoin one too. I mean, it's been crushing. Imagine
we got 100K shorts, 99K shorts, 86.5 shorts.
Yeah. Imagine, I just feel bad for all those people because it takes forever for people to understand that trend is changing, and just seeing this, like from our point of view, and seeing now people just getting stuck in there, and you see them still defended, like it's going to go up. It just seems so painful. Yeah, meanwhile, you're short at 135. He's fucking 100. What's NVIDIA right now? 107.
107 went to 106, down 21% from when we shorted it. in like 16 days.
Yep.
So good. And
And then
that
we-
never happens.
And
Yeah.
we've all been there, so we know exactly how they feel.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, it fucking blows for those people. I'm not, before I used to make fun of everyone. I was like, how's that going? You bulltards, blah, blah, blah. Now I just feel bad. And everyone's arguing with each other on Twitter like retards.
Yeah, exactly.
Sorry, guys.
You do feel bad.
Yeah. And that's bad. I never feel bad for anyone. You guys, this is terrible.
And then they think you're a bad person if you shorted.
Yeah.
That's oh. Sorry, RFK just got in here and then just went by real quick. Wow, incredible. I'll do this one and then we'll close it with Farhan's strategy.
MicroStrategy.
MicroStrategy. Look at this one. I think that is the bearish retest right here, and then boom into here, and then onto the next one.
Very well could be. Just like
that
Bitcoin.
Should be it.
Was that it? Was the daily estimate 200 it? Am I cook chat? Probably should cut this long now, actually.
Oh, 78,530. Yeah. Solana 118. Yeah, they lost the level. Dude, he was baiting longs. He was waiting just down there, making everyone horny to go like long. Absolutely.
It really was. It was so obvious to me that we were going to go up last night, and we did. We moved 4%, but that was the point. Like the aggressive move up fast, but all it did was just put in a bearish retest of the daily estimate 200. Very to the book. I mean,
yeah, it's cleaning everyone out.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And again, that's a nice note. If you see price like giving you a perfect entry with a great invalidation and it's just staying there, it's most likely because it wants you to think you're gonna fucking win and giving you all the time to go long. Same thing happens on shorts. When it's too obvious, it's not that. Trust me, it's not that obvious.
Yeah.
Ok, vamos a ver Rivian rápidamente para todos ustedes en vivo y en directo. Podemos decir el mejor análisis de Rivian en todo el internet en este sitio. Por supuesto que sí, carajo. Claro que sí. Hemos visto, y no les voy a empezar Rivian desde el principio, tenemos esta tendencia bajista que ha ocurrido desde el principio con un alto histórico en 179.47. Desde entonces hemos estado cayendo constantemente y consistentemente. Y eso nos pone justamente en donde estamos parados el día de hoy, damas y caballeros. Hemos estado haciendo altos, altos más bajos, altos más bajos, altos más bajos, altos más bajos, altos más bajos y continuamos cayendo. Esta es una tabla de 2 semanas. Además, volatilidad está expandiendo ante esta tremenda caída. Está expandiendo el punto más bajo de toda su historia. Está por encima del promedio y está expandiendo ante esta caída. En mi opinión, lo que Rivian está haciendo hoy es invitando a todos a creer que Rivian, esto es, a veces la psicología del mercado es triste porque es tan simple y tan tonta que quien no lo ve tiene los ojos cerrados o algo, cabrón. Ahí te va. La razón por la que estoy diciendo esto es porque todo el mundo cree que Tesla está cayendo, que Rivian debería de subir. Van a la misma dirección. Todo el mundo cree que Tesla está cayendo porque Elon está diciendo cosas. Tiene que ver, pero no es lo que está haciendo que Tesla caiga. No sé si han notado todo el rojo que hay en el mercado, ¿no? El SP500 está 2.4% abajo, el Nasdaq 3.6%, Dow Jones 1.44%, el Russell está 2% abajo, el VIX está 15% arriba, casi. El dólar está manteniéndose en donde estaba y donde les dije que Bitcoin venía detrás. Espérame, esto es el dólar, el Bitcoin viene atrasito de mi dólar. Así que vamos de vuelta a Rivian. Así que no tiene nada que ver Rivian en este momento estando verde, pensando que, güey, qué buen momento. Literalmente a Rivian le encanta hacer lo que está haciendo ahorita. ¿Por qué? Porque le está dando esperanzas a todo el mundo de que este fue el fondo, de que los 10.74 no los puede romper y que eso literalmente va a ser donde encontremos reforzar esta línea meme que va en diagonal para acá y que todo el mundo piense que va a ser esto ya el precio de Rivian y este fue el final, ¿no? El fin de la historia. Pero tristemente para todo el mundo, este no es el fin de la historia, le queda bastante camino para abajo y esto se los voy a enseñar rápidamente. Además de que estamos en una clara tendencia bajista, por más que estemos haciendo estos bajos más altos, eso es la de 2 semanas. Déjame, te llevo rápidamente semanal, puedes ver que es un poco de lo mismo. Tienes el 9 cruzando abajo el 21. Cada que eso pasa en Rivian, tienes estos super dumps. Y además, en la semanal también tienes un setup de volatilidad en esta. Y esta vela, muy probablemente, este setup de volatilidad se va a convertir en negativo porque en la de 2 semanas lo está apoyando a la baja. Así que, ¿quién va a ganar, no? Esa es la pregunta del millón. Los voy a llevar rápido a la diaria. Y en la diaria es donde podemos ver absolutamente todo lo que ha pasado. ¿Por qué? Porque eliminaste todos estos altos, toda esta estructura alcista, todo este show a cero. O sea, crúzalo. Se acabó. ¡Vini! Ah, llegó el chavo que lava los coches. Por eso le está ladrando. Denme un segundo, déjeme le grito a mí. Vini, Vini, come here. Come here. Okay. Well, he's not listening to me. No me está escuchando, pero bueno, aquí lo tienen. En la diaria pueden ver exactamente lo que pasó acá. Fue vengan, nos vamos al EMA 9. Nos rechaza la parte alta de esto y esto ya es un rechazo bajista. Esto, literalmente, esta caída que había sido empujada por volatilidad, ahora está contrayendo volatilidad, lo que te está dando esto. Rivian va a continuar haciendo esto hasta que no pueda. El jueguito de que va a subir y no va a caer, y no va a caer, y no va a caer, y después va a caer. La razón por la que pensamos que va a caer, y es bastante sencillo verlo, les pongo esto. Es el HPDR. Estamos siendo rechazados justamente en la diaria por la media y el 9, lo que nos debería llevar a los 10.74. Pueden ver cómo coincide con la parte acá de la zona azul. Ya una vez caímos ahí, esta vez deberíamos de romper e ir al 61.8%. Eso nos hace perder esta zona. Y esto debería de ser un retesteo bajista y vámonos a los 10. En los 10 te va a hacer pensar de que los 10 van a aguantar y de ahí va a dar continuación a la baja. ¿Por qué lo digo? Se ve la semanal. Semanal, rechazo de la media. La mínima aquí abajo, la zona azul, está en $10. Una vez que caigamos de la zona azul, te quedan ya los objetivos a la baja, que es lo que estamos viendo. Estamos simplemente esperando a que estos jugosos setups jueguen y podemos ver lo bajo que puede irse. Estamos hablando de $7, $8. No voy a decir 6 porque suena muy exagerado. Y también ya esos niveles están muy sobrevendido. Pero ¿qué podemos esperar de Rivian? Una entrada en bajo. En corto, perdón, no en bajo. Está cabrón eso. Una entrada en corto. ¿Por qué lo digo? Ahí les va. Una vez más, estoy en la diaria. La razón por la que vamos a tener otra entrada en bajo va a ser una vez que perdamos esta línea meme que viene en diagonal de abajo para arriba, vamos a caer, vamos probablemente a ir a los 10, va a rebotar a la parte alta de la zona azul, a la parte baja de la zona azul y al mismo canal y de ahí darles la continuación. Aquí es donde vamos a mandarles la idea del corto. Por ahora no existe esto, no quieres tradear aquí arriba, no quieres hacer un long en Rivian, este no fue el mínimo de todo y ahora Rivian por algún milagro del señor es la única que está cayendo solo 1% comparado con los 13% de Coinbase o de Tesla, que por cierto, tengo que anunciar esto, ya llevaba un rato, pero ya otra vez más, todo lo que me metí al mercado. Rivian lo vendimos en ¿qué? En 16, 17, 18, ahora está en 11. Tesla lo vendí en 2.30 y cacho, 2.40 y cacho la última, está en 2.25. Fue la única que se me fue loca. Coinbase está en 187, esto lo vendí bastante caro, 340 y tantos, 330 y tantos. Nos fue bastante bien. Oclo, tristemente, solo me deshice la mitad de mi posición, pero lo pueden ver. Buena caída. En fin, ahí lo tienen. Rivian va para abajo y va a continuar, se los garantizo. No se los garantizo, pero es muy probable. We're ready for you, sir. What are we doing?
MicroStrategy.
Oh, yes, MSTR. I'm going to go get Vincenzo.
Buenas tardes, Vinny.
Yeah, give me a second. I'll tell him. So I'll be gone for like a minute or two, just in case you need anything. I'm listening.
All right, so MicroStrategy on the call. We do have momentum starting to shift down. It's dropping below the moving average with volatility starting to contract as well. The last time we had the same setup was back in January of 2022 when the price went down from $57 all the way to about $13.41. Let's see how much of a dump that was percentage wise. That was 77% to the downside. Quite significant. And what lines up with that and what we have now is we were hitting the 97.5% towards the 100% of the HPDR range, which is the exact same place we're rejecting from as of this moment. So if we were to mark that 77% move to the downside, it would be from the, let's do from the wick and then from the close, because this one was from the close. From the wick, 77% is somewhere around $123, $125. And then we do it from a close basis. That would be basically down to the 50% on the HPDR range. That's what it seems like is a lot more likely since the last time around it's also on the closing basis. And that would take us to about $65. That's pretty significant down. From the all-time high, $65 is like 88% to the downside. That's crazy. They're going to be trading like a shitcoin at that point. Monthly momentum is trying to flip back up, but it's still below the moving average. Volatility is still technically to the downside, but it's below the moving average. While we're not getting really any type of bounce at all, we're just resting at this 9 EMA. Once we lose the 9, probably going to dump pretty aggressively, probably going to dump pretty fast, somewhere around $140, which is the median. Maybe get a little bit of a bounce there. That bounce is eventually going to fail, and you're probably going to go to the 55 EMA at around $100. And you do have a God mode sell signal on the jewel. So mark of the vertical line on the God mode sell signal. Uh-oh. Where is the vertical line? No more God modes. So let's just do it within the bullish control zone then. Sell signal. That should be enough. This one not much. But almost 10% to the downside. It is a stock, so this one, sheesh, 19.22% to the downside doesn't look like that much. Then it bounced up about 28%, and then eventually it was down 33%. Almost 20% bounce immediately. I mean, new dump immediately. This one was kind of a failure because it went up by about 24% before it eventually dropped 50%. This one was quite respectable. 80% to the downside, good lord. As of this moment, how much are we down? About 21%. So if we were to take that 80% number, it lines up with the $60 zone. Very beautiful. Two-week momentum is within the bearish control zone. Volatility is flipping up. The jewel is giving you a pretty epic sell signal. Pink is crossing below the yellow. Dark blue is crossing below everything else, losing the bullish control zone, along with losing 38.2% on the 2-week. It's looking quite bad. Looking like it's probably going to drop towards somewhere around that 100 EMA, which is about like $120. And that's not saying this is going to be a long-term bottom. This is going to be a temporary. Like the only thing you can get from there is you're probably going to get a little bit of a bounce. And bounce is not the same thing as a reversal. At that point, if you were to get to this 100 EMA, you would need to close over probably these highs to come from the reversal, which is about $200. Weekly is now flipping back down into the bearish control zone with volatility expansion, and the jewel's giving you that pretty epic sell signal as well. It's pink crossing below yellow, dark blue crossing below everything else. Lost 38.2%, rejecting at the 21, bouncing kind of right around the 55. Eventually, it's likely to come down to somewhere around the 200, which is about 90 bucks right now, but it's slowly rising. 5 days well, bearish control zone, momentum flipped down, volatility flipped up. Probably going to go towards that 200 as well, somewhere around 90 bucks right now. 2 days, just about to freshly lose this 100, which has been support this entire way through. Going to turn from support into pretty solid resistance after it gets lost. And now momentum's pretty heavily to the downside with volatility flipped up. A little hopium though that the jewel is starting to lose the sell signal and curving into neutral. But it's probably going to curve back into a sell signal if we close below this 200 at 251. Fuck, that hurts really bad. All right, so on a daily, we popped momentarily into the bullish control zone, then flip back down. And now we've dropped a little moving average with volatility coming to pretty low levels. Right now, we do have a buy signal on the jewel and is breaking out of the bullish control zone or bearish control zone. But if we lose this 200, that's where it's probably going to start breaking down pretty aggressively. Probably going to dump pretty fast or somewhere around like 170 bucks. We probably get a bounce. And then eventually you're probably going to roll over to 100. But as of right now, hopium is that it bounces at 235, 236. If we can bounce there, then you probably get a more immediate bounce from here. So the upside, with its volatility, starts to expand in favor of the upside with the jewel's buy signal playing out. And from there, we can expect to move to somewhere around like maybe 300, 300-ish. That's a big if, though. Only if that $236 area holds. On the 4 hour, we are getting momentum breaking freshly into the bearish control zone, solidly down. Volatility is now flipping back up, and the jewels had that buy signal, but now it's flipping back into a neutral signal. Kind of makes it less likely that the daily will maintain it. Now on the 4 hour, the 38.2% has caught back up with price, and the ranges have stepped down. So we're no longer tapping 97.5%. Now, if we were to close below this low here, about 237, probably going to go somewhere around this $200 zone to this 97.5%. Probably a little bit below it into like low 200s. Maybe it's very likely to get another bounce there because you're going to be at such extreme ranges on the HPDR and you're going to be sitting at a psychological number. Probably gets a bounce from that low 200s. That bounce very likely fails somewhere around 230s, 240s, and that will take you down towards somewhere around 170s and then 100.
And it was interesting and something to take note that MicroStrategy actually topped before everything else, just like he did in the previous cycle.
MicroStrategy. Uh-oh. Fuck. There we go. Lower highs. Higher highs. Bearish divergence on the monthly. And it will confirm if we close below $231.92. That will have a minimum target of the 21 EMA. It's that right now sits at about 180 bucks. And if that area just fails to hold, then that's probably going to take us directly down towards this 55. Which the 55 is right now at 55 is at about 100 bucks, very around that psychological number of that $100 area. That probably gives you a pretty significant bounce. That bounce is also very likely to fail, and that's what leads down towards that $60 area. And I don't know, going from upper 400s to $60, just 500s to $60 is just an intense nuke. It's crazy. Only crypto can you see stuff like that.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of crypto.
Oh yeah, it basically is. It kind of does follow the price of Bitcoin. Now on the 2 week, there's several drives of bearish divergence, and it's going to be active as long as you're closing below $353.79. The next leg on that divergence is going to be any tick below about $231. Go below there. Very likely going to come towards this 55 EMA at about that $180 to $170 area. Weekly is now putting in possible hidden bullish divergence. It doesn't seem very likely that it's going to play out because you would have to close above $321 to confirm it. And then that will likely take you up to this cluster of EMAs right here around like $300. Very likely a rejection and very likely rolls over. So even if you do confirm that hidden bullish divergence, only thing it's really going to give you is another bounce into a lower high. And we do have volatility expansion on the weekly with this dump. 5 days well has that possible hidden bullish divergence. On the 5-day, it's a little bit more difficult to confirm it. You'd have to close over $340, but it also would be more significant because then you likely retest somewhere around this upper $400 zone if that was confirmed. 5-day also has volatility expansion with the dump. 3-day has confirmed 3 drives. Fuck. Potential spam call again. 3-day also has multiple drives of hidden bullish divergence, but it's very close to being invalidated, and it will be invalidated if you close below like $231.92. Very close to that number, and that will take us towards the bearish control zone, which right now doesn't tell us what price that is because it's quite low. 2-day has already invalidated the hidden bullish divergence. It's very likely the 3-day will as well. And daily has put in a fresh drive of hidden bearish divergence with this lower high. And it's going to be active as long as you're closing below $321. And the next target off that divergence, if you get a tick below 231, is going to be towards the critical zone. Which right now, the critical zone sits at a number I like to see, $61. I really got to do that thing sometime today where I can switch off calls.
Switch off what? Calls.
Switch off.
Yeah.
I just put my phone on silent because they're so annoying.
My phone is
there's a
always on
setting.
silent. But my phone is always on silent, but it comes through on my computer.
You have to edit it. Yeah. That is annoying.
99.9% of the time, my phone is on silent.
Same.
You remember back in the day when we used to have songs and our ringtones, and now our phones are on silent?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Back in the day, and that's before you. We used to buy ringtones.
That was before Alex's time.
Yeah, Alex wasn't even alive. We used to pay like $2.99 for a ringtone.
Jesus.
Using all my minutes on ringtones.
What the hell? That's crazy.
Yeah.
On the 3-month, we are getting volatility still to the upside, but once this does flip down, it's going to be well into the downwards market. Because last time we finally flipped down, we were eventually at that point down on price before we flipped down like 60%. Monthly is already flipping down with volatility contraction, and we're going to be flipped down as long as we're below $484. Also, we made higher highs on the price action. We made lower highs on momentum, giving us stochastic bearish divergence on the monthly. And that will very, very likely bring us down to somewhere around 180 to 170 bucks. It also fits my bias. 2-week is getting volatility contraction after a double extreme with momentum to the downside, losing the bullish control zone, and it's going to be flipped down as long as we're below $352.30. Weekly is getting volatility expansion. It's getting from around 6%, 5%, it's at 38%. Momentum is to the downside, breaking into the critical zone, and then we'll be pointing down as long as we're below $302. Week 5 days well, volatility expansion, momentum to the downside, entering the critical zone, and it'll be pointing down as long as you're below $314, $315. 2 days trying to flip back up. It will flip up if we can close above $236. Does seem a little bit unlucky now because we are getting volatility expansion with the dump. So it does seem like within the next day and 3 hours, I would expect us to close below 235 and for this moment to move us back to the downside. If it does manage to hold over 235 though, then I would expect to see that bounce into the $300 zone and then from there flip back down. And we're getting that same idea playing out on the daily now, where momentum is flipping back down on the daily and it will flip down as long as we close below $250, making it very likely that tomorrow we're going to close that 2-day back down as well. And 4 hours also flipping down, and it's going to be flipped down as long as we're below, where's the pivot? $315 to $360. So basically, every single time frame now is alignment with MicroStrategy, just like it is with Bitcoin. Well, they're pretty correlated, so you would expect that. It is just like Bitcoin giving you the stochastic bearish divergence. It's flipped heavily to the downside on momentum. Every single time frame below the monthly is now flipped down. Only time frames that are technically sort of flipped up is like the 2-day, which is very close to flipping down. And the daily is already flipping down, which makes it a lot more likely the 2 days is going to flip down. 4 hours flip down. Every single time frame is flipping down. It's very likely you go towards somewhere around maybe $200 the first for a bounce for the psychological round number, then towards 170, and then from there I would expect it to eventually go towards $60.
Bam, bam, bam. Thank you, ma'am. All righty. Well, you boys are done. So good for you.
Sweet.
Beautiful.
That's nice.
Hopefully we can
Like-
recover after all tragic Sunday at
Yep.
Elite Trading Academy and a tragic Monday. So
Yeah, very volatile for me. But yeah, back to the charts. I'm going to be actually looking at a lot of Forex and stock trades this week. I honestly think that this week will, if you're positioned in crypto, that's great. We'll obviously take the easy short, but I think that we should be more focused on stocks and Forex this week. So that's what I'm going to be scoping out.
nice. And especially there's a lot of Forex moves that are going to brew. So we should expect an opportunity on the dollar getting right now, the dollar getting weaker. So maybe we'll see the Mexican peso, for example, 19.2 to 1 to a dollar.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
if we get that'll be a nice long opportunity on the dollar. So
Yeah, I'm watching that. Little lower on Dixie. Peso goes down a little bit, like 1950, 1960 is my level. That should be a major bottom to make the move up to like 23s, 24s within the next few
Yeah.
months. So
Focus on that.
we'll be posting on the Discord a lot, boys. So yeah, no, I appreciate it though. It was a smooth stream.
yeah, absolutely. You guys enjoy. Farhan, feel
Muchas
better.
gracias.
Sorry about
But
your back.
I'm gonna be suffering with my muy mucho pain.
Yes.
Yes.
Mucho dolor. But you guys be good. Let me know if you
All
need
right, boys.
anything.
All right, see you
Thank
later.
you.
Buenas tardes, muchachos.
Buenas
Hasta
tardes.
luego.
Vamos a ver, MicroStrategy, que ya es Strategy, ya no se llama Micro, ya aparentemente a Michael Saylor le creció un poco, para que vean, también acá, muy a la Bitcoin, tenemos esta resistencia, lo que nos dijo que estábamos en una tendencia bajista. Y tal cual como en el ciclo pasado, no sé cuántos de ustedes recuerden, pero Strategy, y es por eso que me gusta siempre poder revisitar ciclos pasados en todo, ¿no? Y tener como una buena comparación. En el 2021, MicroStrategy hizo su alto histórico en febrero del 2021, cuando todo el ciclo de Bitcoin y todo hizo su tope en diciembre. Entonces, ahora fue el primero en topar y el tope lo hizo en noviembre del 2024, cuando Bitcoin hizo su tope en diciembre del 2024 y ahora estamos ante una caída. Así que vamos a analizarlo un poco y vamos a ver. Obviamente ya nos llevamos de corbata absolutamente toda esta estructura, así que podemos decir gracias por todo, pero no. Y ahora estamos cayendo, estamos en 243. ¿Qué tan lejos estamos del alto histórico? Acá en los 543 estamos 55% abajo. En cualquier tipo de mercado, una vez más, lo consideramos con Tesla, mercado bajista. Yo creo que aquí también lo vamos a considerar igual. Vamos a ver rápidamente la de 3 meses y vamos a ver qué exactamente se puede dar. Pueden ver esta vela desgraciada topera. El tope en el cierre de Strategy había sido 289 y ahora estamos en 243. En la trimestral no tenemos nada importante que reportar más que esta zona de donde está el promedio del 9 en los 156.98. Va a ser un siguiente objetivo, claro, que el precio va a encontrarse con a cierto punto. Nuestro volatilidad no nos está enseñando nada, está completamente en rojo y aquí también solamente está contrayendo desde que llegamos. Esta es la mensual. En la mensual, tal cual como con Bitcoin, también tenemos una divergencia bajista y estamos aguantando el promedio del 9. De momento estamos perdiéndolo y eso nos pone ya en una tendencia bajista, en mi opinión, debajo de los 243.72. ¿Quieres mantenerte alcista? Definitivamente quieres poder aguantar este nivel en los 243. Voy a poner el HPDR rápido para que lo puedan ver. De poder aguantar, podríamos tener otra visita a los 276, que en mi punto de vista personal, esto sería una excelente oportunidad para un corto en MicroStrategy. Y tenemos strategy en BTCC para que puedan hacerle corto también, ¿eh? Ahí está. Que no, o long, también pueden hacer un long, pero ahí también lo tienen. Vamos a la de 2 semanas, también tiene divergencias bajistas y pueden ver que estamos perdiendo el promedio del 21 y eso nos debería llevar mínimo a los 226, si no es que al 212, que es donde está el promedio de los 34. Por ahora, el no poder cerrar una vez más por encima de los 275 nos va a decir que vamos muy probablemente a visitar los 227 y de ahí los 213 serían los siguientes objetivos. En la de 2 semanas no teníamos, no, volatilidad estaba contrayendo. Semanal, en la semanal tenemos esta volatilidad disparándose en lo que estamos yendo para abajo, apuntando a la baja. Además de eso, tienes tu promedio del 9 y el 21 van a cruzar a la baja y eso nos diría que probablemente el retesteo bajista podría ser por acá en los 290 y tantos. Si se llega a dar en los 296 sería una mucho mejor oportunidad, pero por ahora nos está rechazando esta vela semanal que cierra en 4 días y 3 horas, el promedio del 34 en los 270. Y ahora estamos cayendo, buscando la parte baja de esta zona que son los 236. De no aguantar, vamos al 55 que está en 230, pero si vas a 230, te llevas estos mínimos. Y si te llevas esos mínimos de corbata, podrías esperar un movimiento al EMA 100 que está en los 175, justamente con esta línea meme que están viendo por acá. Vamos a la de 5 días. La de 5 días es un poco parecida, aunque hay un poco de divergencias alcistas. Acá pueden ver, esta es una vela topera clásica y faltan solamente 2 horas y 24 minutos para cerrarla. De cerrar tal cual está, siguiente objetivo, 167, que es donde está el promedio de los 100, el EMA 100, o como mínimo los 178. Tenemos que poner una fuerte atención a esta vela de 5 días que cierra en 2 horas y 27 minutos, ¿ok? Diaria. Diaria, aquí es donde tienes básicamente bien pintado esto. ¿Por qué? Si caes al SMA 200 y no aguanta y vas a la parte baja de la zona azul, muy probablemente vayas a tener continuación en la caída y el 88.3% vaya a ser tu amigo por ahí de los $200. Acá yo diría a toda la gente que es alcista en strategy, lo mejor que podrían hacer es aguantar esta zona con el SMA 200, que acá empecemos a consolidar, dar un rebote, probablemente encontrarnos con el promedio del 9 en esta zona más o menos, y de ahí dar continuación a la baja. Esto va para abajo. La tendencia de strategy es bajista y vamos a dar una visita a precios más bajos para que lo tengan en mente, por favor, antes de hacer sus apuestas como degenerados en el casino del tío Salo. Y ahí lo tienen. El mercado está completamente castigado. El SP500 está 2.64 abajo, Nasdaq 3.78, el Dow Jones 1.76, el Russell 2000 está 2.28 abajo y nuestro índice de volatilidad, el VIX, está en 15% arriba. ¿Qué nos está diciendo todo esto? Con los bonos bajando, se los voy a poner acá en pantalla para que tengan una buena idea de la dinámica del mercado. Pueden ver que estamos perdiendo el SMA 200, esto es un SFP, esto es el bono a 10 años en la diaria. El bono a 10 años a la diaria está experimentando una caída brutal, estos son intereses reales y los intereses reales están cayendo. ¿Por qué? Estados Unidos está entrando en una recesión pública, ¿no? Porque estamos en una recesión que nadie estaba a punto de decir nada, pero Bitcoin está siguiendo al dólar junto con todos los demás activos. El dólar cayendo y el mercado cayendo te indican malos tiempos económicos. Los tipos bajar, no. Aquí hay mucha gente que no sé por qué tienen la idea de que esto quiere decir que la Reserva Federal va a bajar tipos. Los tipos están bajando por sí mismos. Cuando los tipos están bajando por sí mismos y estás viendo los bonos en Gran Bretaña, en Inglaterra, en Gran Bretaña es Inglaterra, pendejo, en Alemania, Gran Bretaña, en Francia, subiendo, en lo que los bancos centrales europeos y el Banco Central de la Gran Bretaña están bajando tipos, nada te dice cómo va a comportarse el mercado. Lo que está diciendo es que se van a depreciar sus monedas. El euro en este momento está teniendo este breakout garantizado. Este es el siguiente bajo, alto más bajo, y de aquí muy probablemente se va a doblar a la baja el euro y va a ir a buscar una zona bastante abajo. ¿Por qué lo digo? Esto, de nuevo, esto va a tomar todo un año en jugar, ¿ok? Junto con el peso mexicano también, donde el peso probablemente vaya a ajustar a esta zona donde está el S&P 200. El S&P 200 lo va a aguantar y de ahí va a explotar a la alza. Y esa sería una oportunidad brutal para quien esté en este trade, y ahí lo vamos a estar monitoreando también porque podemos hacerlo en BTCC. Todas estas dinámicas nos dicen que el mercado tiene mucho más para abajo. Y ahora, el oro nos va a decir cuándo queremos reentrar en el mercado, cuándo se acabó todo lo feo. ¿Cómo lo va a hacer? Va a tener un bajón de más o menos 8% a 10% en un día. Entonces, imagínate que el oro baje a los 2,600, que es más o menos ahí donde está, pero en un día. Tiene que dar un madrazo de 8% a 10% en un día, y ahí es cuando vas a decir, ok, voy a entrar de vuelta al riesgo, Bitcoin vuelve a estar en la mesa, Nvidia vuelve a estar en la mesa, todo el riesgo estaría en la mesa, pero por ahora no está. Por ahora estamos bajando, estamos cayendo y vamos a continuar cayendo. Y si simplemente hubiéramos puesto atención a lo que nos están diciendo, porque ahora todo el mundo está picado con Donald Trump nos está llevando una recesión, bla, bla. Lo dijeron desde el principio. Nada más nadie quiso poner atención, a nadie le importó. Yo nunca había visto un cisne negro desarrollarse enfrente de mí, pero también nunca había visto tanta gente ignorando tantas cosas básicas y fundamentales en todas las dinámicas económicas. Así que vamos aprendiendo. No, por eso no me creía tampoco que le había atinado al pico del mercado, pero parece que sí fue. Por ahora todo sigue cayendo, y la diferencia de esta caída con otras, que nos quede muy claro para todos los que todavía estamos por acá, es la última vez que corrigió el mercado, que compramos el dip, y se los dije, fue cuando pasó lo de DeepSeek, y les dije, esta cosa de la inteligencia artificial china es pura mamada, y el mercado rebotó. Pero es lo que habían hecho cada vez. Habían sacado un miedo gigantesco, como el carry trade de Japón y todo esto, y te sacan una noticia, la empujan todo el fin de semana y dejan que el mercado caiga 3, 4 días, tal vez una semana, y luego lo compran. Esta no es la misma cosa. Aquí lo que está pasando es con buenas noticias el mercado está cayendo. Y es un poco lo que estamos viendo. La manera más fácil de verlo es cripto. Y esto es algo que me vuela la cabeza porque todavía la gente lo ignora, pero es cierto. Gary Gensler, que era la cabeza del SEC, que es el organismo que está encargado de controlar y poner todas las leyes en cripto, en trading, etcétera, el SEC estaba demandando a todos los exchanges, estaban en contra de cripto, teníamos la operación choke point de cripto, etcétera, y cada que decían algo subía el precio, subió. Y una vez que salieron y que dijeron vamos a quitar las demandas, vamos a quitar las cosas malas, las negativas, bla, 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 todo está cayendo. Así que ténganlo en mente, esto no es como lo que han vivido antes, hay algo diferente en el mercado, simplemente eso. Y de nuevo, esto va a tomar un rato en jugarse por completo. Esto no es algo rápido, no va a pasar de la noche a la mañana. Para que lo tengan en mente, y cuando les digo de estas dinámicas en juego, estamos para el 2026, yo ya lo tengo, si hace un año lo había dicho, para el 2026, cuando veremos la recesión ya tocarnos, podría ser un poco antes, pero de nuevo, yo creo que el 2026, últimos meses del 2025, vamos a estar todos ya en la misma página y entendiendo que pues de ahí nos va a tomar para arriba, ¿ok? Les mando un abrazote, cuídense mucho y muchísimas gracias por estar con nosotros en el Casino del Tío Salo. Pórtense bien, nos vemos pronto.